Navigating Global Trade, 3 Insights for Leaders at netsuite.com/Ramsey.
Hey guys, George Camel here. You know, people ask me all the time, George, what's your number one money-saving hack? And you know me, I've got frugal tips for days. So here's one that might surprise you. Get on a budget. And not just any budget, an every dollar budget. With every dollar, you'll get a clear picture of your spending and easily see where you can cut back. So, what's the hack here? Well, the average person frees up $395 doing their very first budget. So start saving more money with the Every Dollar app. Go download it for free today.
KTAR-FM Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
And good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. There's still no indication as to whether the U.S. would wade into the conflict between Israel and Iran. Talks between the Iranians and the Americans broke down, and President Trump has expressed his displeasure with the conflict.
President Trump Wednesday didn't rule out a U.S. military strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, telling reporters he may do it, he may not do it, but nobody knows what he'll do. He said his message to the supreme leader of Iran is good luck. President Trump said the Iranians reached out to hold talks, even offering to come to the White House.
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
During President Trump's first term, he tore up the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran that the Obama administration negotiated. That would have put a 10-year stop to all uranium enrichment from Iran. If that deal were still in place, it would have expired this fall. U.S. Senator Mark Kelly questioned Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth during the Senate Armed Services Committee. Kelly asked how much Hegseth cut of the staff in the Department of Director of Operational Test and Evaluation.
We identified that as a place where there were redundancies and multiple additional layers that were unnecessary.
I'll tell you what you cut. You cut 74%.
Most of it. That's what I was going to say.
Most of it.
He says Hegseth should work with those people to avoid project malfunctions and wasting taxpayer dollars. Hegseth says they are leveraging existing technology while cutting redundancies. Measles officially eliminated in the U.S. in the year 2000, but this year's outbreak is on the verge of being the worst in more than 30 years. Infectious disease specialist Omar Gonzalez with Dignity Health says it's proof why getting vaccinated remains crucial.
When people talked about attack rate of 90% means that from 10 people who has been exposed significantly to this virus, 9 will develop the infection in patients who are not vaccinated.
Measles starts like a common cold and then is often followed by a rash on the face that spreads to the body. If you think you may have the virus, isolate and then call your doctor. The Federal Reserve decides to keep interest rates where they are. During their meeting today, the Fed also said that even though they expect inflation to rise, there could be 2 interest rate cuts later this year. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell admits economic uncertainty due to tariff policy looming, but says the economic outlook is solid for now.
For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance.
No one's immune for falling for a scam. Arizonans lost $392 million to scams just last year, according to the FBI. Retired IRS Special Agent Brian Watson works for the nonprofit Rose, helping educate the elderly on how to avoid becoming a victim. And he tells Arizona's Morning News many of the fraudsters use a common tactic.
Anything with a sense of urgency, anything that comes purportedly from the government, anything that has to be acted on right now.
Watson suggests you slow down and get a second opinion from someone you trust before acting on anything that may be suspicious. And if you ever find yourself going to a crypto ATM, you are being scammed. Looking to add a furry friend? Well, the Diamondbacks have partnered with Arizona Animal Welfare League for a Slide into Love adoption event. Dogs 6 months or older have no set adoption fees at the shelter's 2 locations in Phoenix and Chandler. People can pay what they can for a dog through June 22nd. Checking on the traffic now. Let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Bill O'Neill.
Yeah, and Becky, we're looking pretty good around the valley right now for the most part. I have a couple crashes could slow you down on the surface streets, one on South 4th Street and Lower Buckeye. This is in Avondale involving a motorcycle. Have another one in Glendale working right now at 67th Avenue and Greenway Road. Traffic is brought to you by YREFI. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Bill O'Neill, KTAR News.
113 should be the high this afternoon and an overnight low of 84. And hang on, 116 tomorrow. That would be the hottest day of the year so far. Here's some good news. With that being the case, 108 should only be the high on Saturday. It's 108 right now in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Chris and Joe Show. I'm Joe Huizinga. No Chris Merrill today. We've got La in for Chris. Cannot wait.
It's been a minute. I didn't even have my mic on.
The man was trying to keep you down, La. La, did you hear Becky Lynn mere moments ago? She did that thing that drives Chris and I nuts.
Oh, no.
Oh, she did it. She did the thing.
It's called being positive, trying to look at the positiveness of things.
I heard you say 108, and you said it with such a light, spirited, just voice within your. What was your copy?
Okay.
What did you say there?
You weren't listening.
I heard it's 108. You're probably stuck to the pavement right now. But
on Thursday, it's going to be 116.
That is.
And 112 on Friday. So my point was that by Sunday, you could take this as good news that it's only going to be 108.
Oh.
See?
Okay.
That's how I spun that.
I thought you said it was 108 now.
It is 108 now. So it will be no hotter.
See, I was listening.
You were only half listening. Let's be honest. One ear.
Let's be honest. That's way better than you usually get from me. No, you can ask La this too. I mentioned to her right before the show a few minutes ago, I said, I think I saw 117 tomorrow. And so you just said 116. And La said the iPhone told her 114.
Well, any of those are just we
ridiculous.
don't want them.
All of them are just scorching.
It will still be the hottest day of the year, I believe, even if it's only 114.
I think after 110, my body can't physically compute the difference anyways. It's just like, alert,
Misery.
Stay inside.
Misery,
yes.
No kidding. So
see, back below 110 by Sunday, that is,
But now put it in your flowery voice again. So 116 tomorrow, is that right?
116 tomorrow and 112 on Friday.
Goody.
But good news, if you want to take it this way, Sunday, only 108.
Now, did I see right, though, that we could be back below 100 at some point here in a few days?
I haven't checked that far ahead. I never trusted that far ahead.
I know.
That gets your real good news voice.
Wait a minute. Let me see.
I've got it right here. The iPhone is telling me Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm seeing 98 or 99 for all those days.
Okay, I see low 100s. So that's,
the iPhone always lies a little bit and tells you a little bit cooler.
Yeah.
It's just telling you what you want to hear.
Nonetheless, that's good. For this time of year, 101, 102 even is not as bad.
Good point. It tells you what you want to hear,
yeah,
which is
like what you can accept.
That's what Chris and I...
It's trained to know you, and it's like, okay, he can't handle that for today.
That's what we always tell Becky
better.
Lynn we want from her. Not the truth. We want her to tell us what we want to hear.
Right.
Says every man ever.
Yeah.
All right. That is La in for Chris. She's going to be here all day. Thrilled to have her here. And La, before the show, Pablo got in our ear. Pablo, what did you say? You looked at what we're going to start the show off with, and you had a very prophetic line.
Well, give us the topic first. What?
Early education and childcare.
Childcare.
Yeah.
I don't have a child. Do you have a child?
I have a feline child.
No, you don't have a child. Have you ever paid for childcare?
Kelly Popowski ain't cheap.
I don't know. I've never paid for childcare. I don't know how I'm going to talk about this. La?
I haven't paid for childcare, but I've worked in childcare.
Okay.
And I will say I'm the oldest sibling, and I have helped raise a ton of kids.
See, I'm with La then. Yep.
See?
Yeah.
So I think talking about this is going to be easy. Like, Pablo, little did you know, to my left, I have not just a child care expert.
I am not a child care expert. Calm down.
I have an economist.
Ooh, I wouldn't say that either.
Oh, you
I
are.
can be economical.
No, you're going to be an economist. You're going to be all these things today on the Chris and Joe Show.
Well, I can't wait.
Yeah. So Arizona has a child care and early education issue in a big way. Children under the age of 5 make up 5.3% of Arizona's population. That's almost 400,000 kids in the state that need some kind of care during the day when their parents are at work. And I was shocked the other day when I saw this number. The average cost of childcare, I knew it was expensive, but it's more than in-state tuition for college.
It's more than most people's mortgages. That's the number one thing I always hear from parents, that they pay more for childcare than they do for their mortgage.
Yeah, $1,300 a month. And in Arizona, they say $15,625 a year.
Yeah. If you were to approach me and say, let's get married and have kids, I would take it as a threat. That is a financial threat.
Now, which part is worse? Is the marriage worse or the kids part worse?
I don't know. Probably being financially tied to somebody else, or like legally tied to somebody else.
What if they're debt free? And what if they just have 7 figures in the bank?
What if we land on the moon again?
You're
nobody's
saying that doesn't happen?
Debt-free in this country? Come on.
Aside from my house, I'm debt free.
What is this turning into? We're talking about childcare.
We are. No, but so we're talking about this because, to raise a kid every year, just childcare alone, $15,625 a year. And our education reporter, Shira Tanzer, is going to join us in just a few minutes and explain why the cost of childcare is just insane.
Yeah, that's through the roof.
See, what I don't understand is this like what happened with tuition all across the country and here in Arizona, where it just took off overnight? Because college used to be cheaper. It never used to really be cheap, but it definitely used to be cheaper.
It was accessible. Now it's getting to the point where it's like it is not really accessible.
So when I was kicking this around with Broomhead earlier today, so childcare, we've always needed childcare.
Oh, what did J.D. Vance say about childcare?
I don't know. What
did he ask your grandma to watch the kids.
Okay, so, but see, that's funny that you bring that up, because I asked Mike, I said, talk to me about pre-K. Did you have pre-K?
Mm-hmm.
And Mike laughed at me. He's like, no. He's like, I didn't have pre-K.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think I did either. Did you go to pre-K?
No, I didn't go to pre-K.
And we turned out okay.
Well, yes. However, my parents were, I would say, exceptional in the way of they spent a lot of time teaching us things so that we went to school. We weren't learning them at school. We were practicing them at school.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't learn to read at school. I didn't learn to spell at school. I didn't learn. My parents did that with us.
They were kind of homeschooling you at a young age.
We didn't call it that, you know? It wasn't.
Is that what that's what I'd call it?
Yeah, I think because maybe proximity to children. Like some people, that was just part of parenting. That's parenting. And that there's like this whole divisive issue that's not on topic necessarily about, you know, that kids are supposed to be going to school to learn, but not to be parented. You know, the teacher's just there to reiterate some of these things, but they have to go back to a home where parents going to reinforce these things or bring in these ideas. And no offense, you know, by any means, I get
on the Chris and Joe show.
I get it, but a lot of parents don't have the time now because both parents are working.
I think
everybody's busy. We're going. So sitting down and reading the book, or you know, we have the joke in our family. We send the memes back and forth all the time of crying at the dinner table because Dad was going over the math problem with you over and over and over and over again, and you weren't getting it right. My parents had that time and made that time to do it. And so when I went to school, it made school really easy. A lot of parents don't have that time.
You say it's time. I think it is time. I also think philosophy factors into it, too.
Mm-hmm.
There are a percentage of parents out there that feel like it's the school's job to teach their kids, and it's not their job to do those things. And you have this clash.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's definitely an outlook.
And you have the school as well who feels like, hey, Mom and Dad, you need to reinforce what we're doing. And they say no. And then you've got Mom and Dad who say, no, it's all the school. And then the school's saying, hey, this is some Mom and Dad.
If you're not teaching them this, you should be teaching them this. That's why they're at school. Yes. However, I mean, the most valuable asset should be your child.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, I'm never going to put the full responsibility of their learning on anyone else when I'm the parent.
I think you're 100% right. I do think time is the big factor. None of us feel like we have enough time.
It just seems like there's not enough time. And then, you know, your kid's got activities or whatever else. It's just... It's easy, it seems, to get lost and things don't move as slow as let's sit down at the dinner table and Now we're eating at the drive-thru. Now I'm on my phone. You're on your tablet. Then it's like before we know it, it's time to go to school and start this race all over again.
I'm big on accountability and taking ownership if you don't do something right. But also, I also believe in that philosophy of it takes a village. And the more people that you can get involved in, whether it's raising a child or doing anything, hearing different opinions, getting different ideas is good.
Oh, absolutely. It's also a luxury. Not everybody has community, because when can you create community if you're always busy?
So that brings us to our why. Why is the cost of early education and childcare more expensive than the cost of college? We're going to talk about that next. But first, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Iran's supreme leader rejected U.S. calls for surrender in the face of more Israeli strikes and warned that any military involvement by the Americans would cause, quote, irreparable damage to them. The second public appearance by the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei since the Israeli strikes began 6 days ago came as Israel lifted some restrictions on daily life, suggesting the missile threat from Iran is easing. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Today, 113. Tomorrow, 116. Ouch. Right now in Scottsdale, it's 109 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
On the KTAR News app, where you can tap on the microphone button right now, leave us a message, and if you say something insightful, funny, or crazy, we might even play it on the air. What do you think of that, La?
Let's hear it. Let's see what you got.
We'll see what we got. People need to send us a voicemail, though, and then
Yes.
we'll play it. Right now, we're talking with our education reporter here at KTAR, Shira Tanzer. She's got this wonderful story up at KTAR.com right now that you can check out, titled, How Can Early Education and Childcare Become More Accessible for Arizona Families? Shira, we were just breaking it down a little bit. Arizona not alone. I saw 38 states now where the cost of childcare exceeds the cost of in-state tuition for college. Over $15,000 a year here in Arizona. That's insane. And I asked La, has it been like college where the cost just ballooned and got out of control? Or has childcare always been more than college here in Arizona? Is it a more recent trend?
Based on the local experts that I talk to, it seems like the cost has always been a concern, but because of COVID funds and then that funding going away in recent years, as the COVID funding kind of across a lot of federal and state programming kind of trailed off, then costs became more of an issue because they didn't have that funding to provide assistance for those families that are looking for that childcare or preschool.
If I don't have $15,000 to send my kid to pre-K or to make sure that they have childcare, what kind of options do I have?
Well, there are a lot of programs that do have financial aid options or are free. An example of that is the Tempe Pre program, which provides financial assistance based on a family's income. So you have a certain percentage of tuition that's taken off. Or you have something like Head Start, which is a federally funded program that's completely free to everyone. The problem with most free and federally assisted programs is that we have a supply issue too. So there aren't that many seats. Tempe's pre-program only has 200 seats per year.
Oh, wow.
And
That's it?
Yeah, and a lot of programs like that have the same issue with supply. We're facing a teacher shortage. That doesn't help. So between the cost and supply, a lot of parents are on a wait list. And even when they get off the wait list, then they have the affordability issue. But if your only options are a free program or a program with financial aid, but you can't get into those, then you don't really have a choice but to pick a program that costs more.
Yeah. I was telling Joe that I used to work at an after-school program. This doesn't fall into the pre-K window, but just in terms of childcare, because there's a gap between when kids get out of school and when parents get off of their job. And so I worked for the city of Phoenix doing the after-school program to do intramural sports or whatever with kids. Are programs like that do they still exist? It's been forever, so I don't know. And those were accessible for kids at the time because the parents would have to pay like $10 a day. And then the kid could go there, do their homework, hang out with us, play basketball, do whatever for a couple of hours, and so the parents could pick them up. And that was kind of like the affordable solution Do those kind of programs exist to your knowledge?
They definitely do exist. Tempe does have before school and after school programs, but a lot of districts have them linked into their elementary school districts. So you're still paying for it. They're not free. And even when they are free, still got the supply problem. You have the same for preschool as you do for childcare. Even if it's just for an hour, you still have the same issues.
Our education reporter, Shira Tanzer, joins us talking about how early education and childcare costs are just busting here in Arizona at the seams. Incredibly expensive, over $15,000 a year. La, you mentioned more than a mortgage payment, $1,300 for childcare now, which is more than a lot of people's rent or mortgage. So, Shira, I've seen that you mentioned that Governor Hobbs wants to try to bring down the cost of this, not just make programs more available, but also make them more affordable. How's the rest of the legislature feel about that? Is that a push that both Republicans and Democrats are acknowledging?
Well, I only spoke to Governor Hobbs about it.
Okay.
But she does have something in the state budget that she wants to get pushed through to have more funding, both to cut down on the wait list, but also to expand the options for parents in the state and have more programs. On top of the program, she wants to expand the number of teachers in it and kind of just create more options for those parents, regardless of if you're sending your kid to a program that does cost money or not. If you don't have those big enough class sizes, then your kid can't get accepted regardless. So kind of expanding that. And then I spoke to two other local experts from education advocacy groups, Read On Arizona and First Things First, and they both said that it also just comes down to federal and state funding. And that's for both expanding those programs to allow more slots to open for the kids, but also to provide more financial assistance to the parents, whether that's based on income or just in general.
It's just super frustrating as a taxpayer because I feel like, oh, okay, whatever the taxes are, obviously I'm going to pay them. But in my mind, I'm going, yeah, I don't have kids, but my neighbors do. My sister does, whatever. I'm thinking, yeah, if you're going to take this X amount of dollars for me for the state, these kids are getting free lunch, right? These kids are having access to the resources they need before and after school, right? And then the answer is no. And you're like, okay, so what are we doing here? Where is this dollar going? Because I'm okay with that. I don't get it as long as the kids get it, as long as the schools get it, as long, and it's just super frustrating.
And those preschool and child care facilities are getting that funding, just not to the extent that is necessary to take care of all of the kids in the state. There's something like, I have the data here, where is it? There are 739,000 kids who need some form of care. But there are only 230,000 spots open for those 304,000 kids who are
what happens to the other 500,000 or so?
Right.
Literally.
So
they kind of have to stay with mom and dad or grandma and grandpa or
and that impacts our economy because those parents either can't go to work as much or have to leave early, so the employers are losing money, the parents are losing income, the state's losing tax dollars, but then most importantly, it impacts the kids. They're not getting that early learning, and a lot of studies on the levels of literacy and math skills in kids really starts with a really strong base before kindergarten. And if they're not getting that, then what are we setting our kids up for?
I heard you talk with LaDonna the other day a little bit on Arizona's Morning News, and you dove into pre-K. And you're talking about how if kids, you didn't have data specifically on pre-K, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you said that the kids who are getting earlier education earlier seem to be set up better throughout life. Is that fair?
Well, so like you said, we don't have data on the Arizona Progress Meter, which is what I was talking about on pre-K, but we do have it on early learning centers, quality early learning centers, and access to that. Which is also something I spoke to these experts about. It just didn't end up being part of this piece, but there will be future pieces on that and about how to expand quality care. So you have childcare and preschool for these kids, but how do we make sure that it's quality teachers, that they're getting the learning that's going to set them up for the future? And once again, comes down to funding. We have to make sure that the teachers that are considered quality teachers, and that's meeting specific requirements, are getting paid, want to come into the classrooms and give that information to the kids to set them up. The Progress Meter is tracking where kids fall in 3rd grade reading, 8th grade math, and all of these levels that track their success basically through K through 12. But if they don't have the base for reading to set that up in preschool and kindergarten, how are they going to be able to meet those grade levels when they're in 3rd grade?
Are there not direct statistics that show literacy connection early on, and then I think they call it like the prison pipeline for like grade school into what ends up happening in the percentage of your chances going to jail, things like this, directly connected to literacy and early learning and lack thereof. So usually populations that don't have as good education early on end up having higher prison populations and jail statistics around those communities because these kids don't have a chance from the very beginning. And there's like obviously conspiracy theories about all that kind of stuff, but ultimately there's an issue directly connected with early education and then your success as an adult.
Well, and I think it gets back to what we were kicking around earlier as well, too. It comes down to time for moms and dads, and also
it's a luxury to have that time.
And then also the philosophy. I think the older generation, which I'm becoming a part of more every single day, of a lot of people who are part of the older generation say, I didn't go to pre-K and I turned out just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it's different now, too. And you see the stats from kids who do get the early education and how much more set up they are for success, that I do think it's critical to some degree, making sure that kids are getting care and getting as good an education as they can as early on as possible.
And why is saying that okay?
Why saying what okay?
I'm so over
that because I didn't do it?
Yeah, I didn't. My parents hit me and I was fine.
Yeah.
And it's like, and why are we still doing that? Situations, and approaches should evolve over time. Yeah. So if we're still doing that, like, there's a problem. Things need to change.
Shira Tanzer is our phenomenal education reporter. Check out her piece right now at KTAR.com. It touched on both the problem that we're seeing in terms of early education and childcare and the booming cost of it here in Arizona, and also some solutions in what Arizona families can do. Thank you so much, Shira.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not just pre-K and childcare that's affecting Arizona families. Arizona schools, they're hurting for cash, too. We'll explain that next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Governor Hobbs is joining us on KTAR.
Do you think that Donald Trump is at war with quote-unquote Democratic governors or blue states?
Look, I think it is inarguable that folks were concerned about immigration. I think he is politicizing the issue, and I think he's not going after the people he said he would, like violent criminals. He's doing indiscriminate roundups that are not doing anything to make Arizonans or Americans safer.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor in a KTAR exclusive every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR YouTube channel, on the KTAR News app, or at KTAR.com.
Imagine waking up in a quiet bedroom. Nobody stomping around overhead, no worrying about being too loud for the people below you. And then imagine your own home with a mortgage payment that is less than your current rent. I'm Chris Merrill. With Clayton Homes, the American dream is there for the taking. I'm talking a brand new home for under $150,000 with the new home smell and everything. Go big with a new, affordable, energy-efficient manufactured home from Clayton Homes, one of the most trusted names in the business. I've walked through Clayton's inventory in Phoenix. It's impressive. And right now, for a limited time, you can save even more when you visit the local Clayton or Oakwood homes near you, just like I did, or browse their limited time deals at GoBigAndGoHomeSale.com. Sales prices for the home only and does not include required taxes, delivery, and installation. Install price is going to be higher. Contact your local retailer for complete sales price information and for a list of eligible homes. Discount may not be available on all models, may not be combined with any other offer. Stop giving your money away to the landlord and start waking up in your brand new home with Clayton Homes. Go big and GoHomeSale.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Summer days just got even brighter with Kohl's epic deals. Get this, you can score tees for just $5.99, bedding for 60% off, comfy shorts only $7.99, and so much more. You do not want to miss out. Shop Kohl's epic deals for savings on all things summer now, before it's too late. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offer ends June 22nd. See store at kohls.com for details.
This is Jim Sharp for New Life Dental Implant Center, where they offer better than all-on-4 implants because New Life uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support at about half the price. And New Life Dental Implant Center digitally designs your smile so you heal faster. And they craft your teeth from solid zirconia for lasting strength and comfort at about half the price with easy financing options. Call New Life Dental Implant Center at 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com.
This summer, there is still time to transform your backyard with Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is offering a free travertine deck upgrade with every Dolphin Pools package. Elegant, high-end travertine at no extra cost. It's one of Dolphin Pools' most luxurious upgrades, and it's yours free for a limited time. A show-stopping outdoor escape built by Dolphin Pools, an A-plus trusted expert with rave reviews. Visit dolphinpools.us. Your neighborhood Fry's Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at frysfood.com/pay-or-update. See your Fry's Pharmacy for details.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A 6th day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran today as Democrats express their concern about any American intervention. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is on the Armed Services Committee and spoke to reporters this afternoon on Capitol Hill.
One point that deeply troubles me is that I have no sense, no confidence that we have adequately prepared U.S. personnel in the region, both civilian and military, for the ramifications of a strike.
The Arizona Department of Economic Security announced yesterday that it is laying off about 5% of its workforce. That will impact nearly 400 employees, and it's due to federal funding cuts for unemployment insurance. Director Michael Weishart called the cuts necessary amid a complex financial landscape, but stressed the agency's commitment to essential services like childcare and employment support. Workers have been notified their last day is July 4th.
They should not be receiving Medicaid benefits.
A full audit of Arizona's Medicaid program, known as Access, has been requested following the discovery of ineligible recipients. State Senator Janae Shamp says she requested data from state-contracted vendor LexisNexis that showed thousands of recipients have the means to afford private health insurance.
More than a third were flagged as potentially ineligible. Many with substantial liquid assets, including more than 5,000 enrollees with over $50,000 in liquid assets.
Shamp estimates this could have cost the state up to $6 billion in unnecessary spending. KTAR has reached out to the governor's office for a response. New alcohol guidelines under development could bring about a major change.
So how many drinks a day are too many?
The U.S. reportedly is about to change guidance on that. Reuters reporting the updated dietary guidelines for Americans will no longer recommend limiting alcohol to 1 or 2 drinks a day. Instead, it will suggest we simply drink in moderation. Well, Canada has adopted a more cautious stance, warning that health risks begin to increase after only 2 drinks per week. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Let's get a check on the roads. Here's Heather Larson, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We'll check in and get your traffic in just a moment, but right now let's look at that forecast. It's going to be a hot one for a few days before we back it off a little bit, turn down the oven. 113 today, 84 tomorrow, 116 tomorrow. Get ready for that. We're already at 113 in Levine. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Jackie Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News. Let's go back to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Heather.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a wreck in Phoenix at 67th Avenue and Van Buren. And then we've got 2 more on Waddell Road, one at Saraval and one is at Persada Gateway. Traffic slower over the 303 and also at the intersection of Saraval and Waddell. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Chevy traffic dealers. Hey, Arizona, summer's here and the savings are as hot as the weather. Get to your Valley Chevy dealers for the sizzling offers happening now at Gateway Chevy at the Avondale Auto Mall today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
It's Chris and Joe Show on air, online, on the KTAR News app. Reminder as well, did you know we're on YouTube? Sometimes, even during the commercial breaks, we're on YouTube. That. You can watch and listen to our show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. La and I looked up at the screen in here that we have that has us on YouTube, and I said to her, don't do anything embarrassing. We're still up there. It's supposed to go away during the breaks, and my biggest fear is that Chris and I are going to get into it. And Chris is not a huge guy, but he's certainly bigger than me. I'm like 5'9", 5'10", and I went like this, and somebody came running in there like, Joe's faking like he's strangling La. I'm like, no. I was like, I'm
explaining.
I'm trying to demonstrate that what's going to happen is Chris is literally one day just going to treat me like whack-a-mole and just go boom, and that's going to be the end of me, and everyone's going to see it on YouTube. So go check it out.
It'll
KTAR.
be good for ratings.
Yeah, the YouTube for KTAR. You got to see Joe get smushed like the whack-a-mole. We just wrapped up talking with our education reporter, Shira Tanzer, about a big problem here in the state of Arizona, the fact that childcare is coming in at a little over $15,000 a year, which is exceeding the cost of in-state tuition. Insane to me. Is that a semester or is that a year?
Well, I don't know because
I'm going to take a quick look.
When I was in school at ASU, I think my semester was around $6,000, I think. So
looks like the cost of in-state tuition at ASU is now $12,223. This is for the academic year.
Yeah. Okay, so it's still kind of about the same.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. See, look at you. You're like, yeah. It's
not too bad.
It was $6,000 a semester then?
Well, is there 4 semesters or 2? I can't remember.
Well, it depends how you do it. Technically, if you do winter and summer, there's 4. But if you're just doing spring and fall.
I can't remember what my schedule was now. I just remember for the first time, because I paid for my school, so I remember the first time I had to pay that.
Okay.
And writing $6,000 on a check at 20 years old and just shivering in my boots. Like,
Man,
oh my gosh,
what am I
this is
doing?
real serious. I better figure out my whole life right now.
What did you go to school for, La?
Business management and Spanish.
Okay. Mm-hmm. You use some of that now.
Yeah, I do. But man, did I take the craziest route, and look at me here in radio. So
there you go.
I don't know. You make plans.
So Arizona schools, though, what the heck are we doing? This month, Arizona public and charter schools, $200 million short of their regular state aid cash. pucker factor pretty high over there, huh? Yeah. So what I'm seeing is the shortage is partly triggered by the ballooning ESA voucher costs that we have in Arizona, which are set to surpass over $1 billion in the upcoming fiscal year. And we're going to dive more into those ESAs in just a few minutes. So ESAs, one thing for sure. And then the shortfall also triggered by, and you would think this would be a good thing, enrollment. So enrollment up actually a little bit, which Arizona says all the time. Well, we want to make sure that kids are getting into school. But now because we actually have kids showing up in school,
It's too many kids.
our costs are up. So yeah, the rising cost for a career and technical education program. So we've got this kind of 1-2 punch going on. Beth Lewis with Save Our Schools Arizona says right here, the drain on the voucher program is placing the drain the voucher program is I went to school for this. The drain the voucher program is placing on the state budget. It's a 1-2 punch because lawmakers assumed more students would take advantage of the voucher program, and overall public school enrollment would be lower. Not what's going on though. So not enough switchers. So it's this program that's heavily utilized by people who were already getting homeschooling, or in private school already, and you don't have enough people leaving the public schools.
Right. It's very confusion, all of this for me, because it's just so frustrating that it seems that the people who are obviously taking advantage of the ESAs are the people who don't really seem to be in need of it. And that's just our perception. I don't know. I
don't think that's just you.
I didn't have that as an option in school, but I went to public school. So, I can imagine what that type of money would have done for me as someone who attended public school, especially with parents who didn't come from a lot of money. My parents were military.
Yeah.
So they didn't have a lot of disposable income. So when it came to doing a lot of things, that could have been super beneficial. But it just seems like I see these stories, the baby grand pianos, the Legos, all these things.
Oh, we're going to get to all that.
Holy
Vasectomy
moly.
test kits.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that one today, but that definitely was a thing in the past.
Oh, my word.
Yeah, no. So the deficit, partly caused by the ESA vouchers, it's more heavily affecting the public schools because ESA vouchers are also funded before public schools because they're on a quarterly payment system. So they're getting in front of the public schools as well. So this is going to become a real problem in Arizona, and you do have some at the legislature who say, hey, this is going to all work out because if the public schools experience fewer kids going there, you're going to have your ESA money to send your kid to a private school. But the private schools are not stupid. They're raising the cost of tuition as well. So, okay, if you're someone who used to send your kid to public school and now the cost of private school is rising because the private schools know they're getting more ESA dollars and they can afford to charge more. If you're a kid who is going to public school and your mom and dad don't have as much money to send you to private school,
which is most people, it's a majority.
What you gonna do?
Yeah,
you're gonna go to a public school somewhere else that's probably not as good because you're seeing funding issues like this, where now Arizona schools $200 million short this month, and they say they're supposed to make it up, but it's like it always seems like the public school system is getting paid out last.
Yeah.
And that's frustrating because I'm pretty sure the public school system is still the biggest chunk of kids in the state.
Yes.
So shouldn't we be taking care of the majority as opposed to the minority? Especially if the minority is more wealthy and has the money to go to the private schools, right?
Yeah.
I mean, am I missing something?
No, it makes sense to me as somebody who comes
from... And I'm someone who went to a private school.
Public education. I feel as though, logic is just not prevailing in this era.
Yeah. I went to a private school. I was not a silver spoon kid, but my parents thought that would be good for me because I was really shy. They thought I would get swallowed up in public school. But I understand why you need to take care of the public school kids first. That's there for everybody. And if you say, well, I don't have kids, so why should I be feeding into that? It's like, Who do you want
because
to be?
they're in your community.
Who do you want to be your doctor someday?
Exactly.
Who do you want to, be helping you with all the other things that you need in your community? Do you just want it to be robots?
Well, that's where we're headed.
Yeah.
What school did you go to, Joe?
Chris knows it really well. The real name of it was Father Gabriel Richard High School.
Oh my goodness.
On the Rock of Gibraltar, St. Apostolical.
Yeah, that's what Chris says about it.
Our Father of,
Yes, Father Gabriel Richard. Yes. We mentioned the ESAs a moment ago and how voucher costs are set to pass $1 billion in the upcoming fiscal year. What are some of the latest things we're paying for kids to do in school? Find out next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I've had all kinds of foot and ankle pain, leg pain in my life. I broke an ankle. I've had plantar fasciitis. Pablo, you want me to keep going? I've had issues with ligaments, pain in my back now I deal with a little bit. But now I feel like a whole new person thanks to my personalized arch supports from the Good Feet store. Go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting at goodfeet.com or walk into any of their 5 convenient Valley stores: Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, Goodyear, Gilbert, and Glendale. If you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks. It's summer, and it is the hottest time of year. We heard Becky Lynn just a few moments ago talking about how it's supposed to be 116 tomorrow. It's also the best time to take care of your body and make sure you're doing everything you can to feel your best. Fuel your summer fun one comfortable step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. Doesn't matter if you just want to feel better when you're on your feet at work, if you're training for a marathon, or anything in between. Get to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting today. Sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com. Good feet, good life.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day, but take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state, so if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates, and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. European diplomats are preparing to hold talks with Iranian officials as the U.S. weighs strikes on Iran's nuclear program. The foreign ministers of France, Germany, and Britain are expected to take part in the discussions. They're scheduled for Friday in Geneva. This as President Trump has reportedly been weighing whether or not the U.S. will join Israel's campaign, which was launched to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program. Again, European diplomats are planning for nuclear talks with Iranian officials on Friday as Israel and Iran continue to trade fire in what is now a nearly week-old conflict. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Checking our forecast for today and the next several. It's going to be hot. 113 today, 84 overnight, a 116 tomorrow. Right now, it's 110 in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75?
That's exactly right, Jim. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless, refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution. Even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read reviews and schedule a free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com. k2visionrle.com.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm Joe Huizinga. La over there rocking out in for Chris Merrill.
I thought it was Friday. This feels like a Friday song.
It can be Friday. It's all good. Chris will be back on Monday talking a little bit about ESAs. Saw this piece from 12 News last night. Nearly $20 million in tax dollars was spent on activities outside the classroom. Activities like private swim, dance lessons for kids in rapidly growing empowerment scholarship programs across the state. You've got students in homes, private schools over the past 3 years. And I just took a look at this data here. So I mentioned to you a lot, $20 million.
Of taxpayer money.
On 8 extracurricular activities for kids getting vouchers. You want to take a guess what those were?
I really would like to know because I hope it's something outstanding.
So we mentioned some of the stuff that our superintendent of public instruction has tried to cut down on before, like a $16,000 cello, the Rolex watch that were purchased with the empowerment scholarships, and so a vasectomy test kit was on. It was a bunch of them was on there as well. Those were some of my favorites, but then. So you've got these extracurricular activities, like almost $7 million on private music lessons, including $1 million for piano lessons, $2.8 million on swim lessons. I can't swim, so I mean, I might.
Swimming's a vital skill set.
Yeah,
so I get it.
So, but should you be able to use your ESA for swim lessons?
I
mean, if you can't swim, you can still get through school.
That's true.
$2.8 million on math tutoring. How do you feel about that? You okay with math tutoring?
Yes.
Okay. Almost $2 million on gymnastics.
No.
I like. Are we going to go down the list? Thumbs up, thumbs down. This
sure.
is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an extracurricular outside of education. I think it's amazing.
Okay.
And wonderful, but
$1.6 million on dance.
That's tough. It's like an art. And art is important to education.
$1.3 million on fitness.
What does that even mean? Like your Lifetime membership? Because
No.
I see a lot of kids at Lifetime Fitness. I'm like, how can you afford to be here? I had to work my whole life to be here. How are you here?
It's the alternative to like gym class. I've got a couple more doozies for you here. 1.1 million on horseback riding. I'm sure you're okay with a little bit of equestrian.
It's very therapeutic as well. There's a lot of healing properties to equine therapy. It's a real thing.
How about the $1 million on martial arts? Gosh. Is that very therapeutic as well?
That's an extracurricular.
Oh, but sometimes it could be self-defense. That's a life skill that you need.
Yeah. Same as swimming.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. This is like a blurry line. A set of Legos, clearly not okay.
Hey, Joe can't swim.
No.
Or what's the other one?
Or do Legos.
Yeah.
I can do Legos. I don't think I can ride a horse, though. That wouldn't end well for me either. No. Hey, Peter Frampton is coming to Arizona Financial Theater for his Let's Do It Again tour on June 25th. Head to the contest page right now for your chance to win tickets. How's the economy look? Up, down, all around? Take a ride on the economic roller coaster. We're going to check in with our economist, Lady Law. Find out how the U.S. is doing next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Your chances of getting the measles at Sky Harbor Airport are greater than 0%.
Some dope a few days ago gets on a plane, has a bunch of red blotches around him, decides, okay, I'm going to go to Phoenix. I'm going to get in a plane. I've got the measles. And then he gets there, and what does he do? He rolls around the airport for 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. 1 minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
It's Gatos, and I'm hanging out with Cynthia and Leo. 25 years married. They do everything together, including going to Aria Dental Implant Center. What's the one joy you're experiencing now that you didn't get to experience before Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center?
Couldn't eat all the foods that I can eat now. Corn in the cob.
How about steak?
Oh, yeah.
Now you're having a juicy steak?
Now I'm going all out.
The foods that I was missing out on was your harder to chew foods.
Yeah.
Steak, apples. Those were the things that came back into my life.
So those are little things that you take for granted of not be able to have. And then once you get a set of teeth, all that, man, it's like, oh, look what I've been missing. I should have did this a long time ago.
Do what Cynthia and Leo did. They got their teeth fixed. They got brand new teeth. They're eating steak now. Go to Aria Dental Implant Center. It's spelled ARIA. Tell them Gato sent you free consultation. Aria Dental Implant Center. Now let's go eat some beef.
Let's do it.
What if we
we get the same deal that Ford employees get. Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
It's Gatos and homeowners. There's never been a better time to try a Connecticut Water twin tank hybrid unit that softens and filters your water. For a very limited time, they're offering a free trial. They'll even waive installation fees on homes pre-plumbed for water treatment, making it zero out-of-pocket cost for you and no obligation. Connecticut protects your plumbing, appliances, and fixtures. It removes chlorine that makes your skin dry and itchy and fades your laundry. You have great drinking water at the tap instead of messing with bottles. Their system is water pressure powered, low maintenance, and recently named the most efficient. So operating costs are cheaper than a traditional water softener. Why wouldn't you try Connecticut's American-made products? Aquazona is the exclusive authorized independent Connecticut dealer for Phoenix and Tucson, family-owned and operated since 1987. Visit aquazona.com or call 602-910-6570. Connecticut water, very refreshing.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn, and we've learned this afternoon European diplomats from France, Germany, and Britain are going to meet with Iranian officials on Friday. Today is the 6th day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran, and the U.S. is weighing how much to be involved. Senator Lindsey Graham of the Armed Services Committee spoke to reporters today, blaming failed U.S. nuclear talks with Tehran and backing the president's position on Iran.
Diplomacy didn't work. For 60 days, he sent emissaries, nothing to show for it. So either you want them to have a nuclear weapon or you don't. And if you don't, if diplomacy fails, you use force.
This morning, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth was questioned by Arizona Senior Senator Mark Kelly during the Senate Armed Services Committee. Kelly asked Hegseth about his decision to cut half of the Pentagon's testing and evaluation office staff.
Before we spend $25 billion or $175 billion or $563 billion or $1 trillion, put together a group of people to figure out if the physics will work.
He continued saying he was concerned millions of taxpayer dollars would be wasted without the proper team testing projects like Golden Dome. Hegseth says his department is leveraging existing technologies, not aspirational AI technologies. Today, the Phoenix City Council considering a citizen petition that calls on Phoenix police to scale back criminal penalties and for the city to not use its funds for immigration enforcement. That petition from local group Poder in Action, Director Isabel Garcia adding,
relieving some of that fear that folks have of the police, right? Of being stopped by the police and then being arrested, taken to 4th Avenue, and then they're being put in contact with ICE.
Phoenix City staff have recommended denying the petition, but that will be decided later today. Measles was officially eliminated in the U.S. in the year 2000, but this year's outbreak is on the verge of being the worst in more than 30 years. Infectious disease specialist Omar Gonzalez with Dignity Health says this is proof that getting vaccinated remains critical.
When people talked about attack rate of 90% means that from 10 people who has been exposed significantly to this virus, 9 will develop the infection in patients who are not vaccinated.
Measles begins like a common cold, and then it's often followed by a rash on the face that then spreads to the body. If you think you may have the virus, isolate and call your doctor. Time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's June 18th, and back on this day in 1983, Sally Ride became the first woman in space. Space Shuttle Challenger launched into space on its second mission, and on board was Dr. Sally Ride, a mission specialist, becoming the first woman to travel into space. Sally earlier pursued a professional tennis career and answered a newspaper ad from NASA, calling all tech-savvy scientists to work as mission specialists. In 1978, NASA had finally approved women for space flights and announced 6 had made the cut. Ride became an on-ground capsule communicator for NASA, becoming an expert in controlling the shuttle's robotic arm. It was then NASA announced Ride would be a part of the STS-7 crew. The crew's tasks included launching satellites for Indonesia and Canada and deploying a satellite using the shuttle's robotic arm. Ride, who was 32 at the time, was the first woman to operate the shuttle's mechanism, and she was the first American woman in space, and it happened back on this day in 1983.
Let's check traffic now. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A wreck reported on 27th Avenue, just south of Camelback. That came in just now. In Glendale, we've got a wreck at 59th Avenue and Glendale. In Phoenix, a crash at 40th Street and Southern. Also another at 6th Avenue in Van Buren. In Surprise, now those crashes are reportedly cleared from Waddell Road and the 303, but it looks like traffic's still just a little bit slow through the area. Traffic is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Turn in that old AC for a new one with cash for clunkers. $3,000 off a brand new AC unit. Full details at dayandnightair.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 84 degrees. Then tomorrow's high, probably the hottest day of the year, 116 is what we're expecting. 112 on Friday, and then backing off to 108. That's going to feel cool by Sunday. In Phoenix, right now, 110. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's the Chris and Joe Show. I am Joe Huizinga, joined by La today, who is in for Chris Merrill. Look at you rocking the smile over there.
This is one of the greatest songs in hip-hop of all time. AT-Aliens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are they from
Outkast.
Atlanta?
Yes.
Yeah, I love the song.
Yes,
Did you hear Becky Lynn just now that 108 is going to feel like, like a walk in the park?
Look, for a lot of Arizonans, especially natives, we're like, okay, that's doable. Once you hit the 110s, it's like, okay, don't tell me.
Can you really feel the difference?
Yes.
Yeah.
Between 108 and 116?
Yes,
there's
Joe.
like a burning
Yes.
point. There's a burn on the skin factor.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
My mom used to say, "Le pica al sol," like when
Uh-huh,
it, right?
yes,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
the factor. Yeah.
My soul done pika then because I don't feel it. If it's like 105 or more, like 100, I'll give you. I can feel that. But 108, 120,
Really?
No, if I'm walking in it, I start to get that, like, what am I doing feeling where I definitely get a little lightheaded, even if I'm carrying cold water, I'm wearing a cool towel, or I've got a hat with me. Believe me, I'm always responsible. If I get really lightheaded, I will go inside and stop. But no, like 108 might as well be 117 to me. Just all bets are off. And Pablo, don't cut that, by the way. We don't need to hear
Yes, I need to see that again. The reaction was too good.
No, I'm just a gringo. I'm not cool.
We know.
That's right. Americans are feeling a hangover, and it's not the heat feeling. It's from their tariff-fueled buying frenzy early in the spring. Retail sales dropped about 1% in May, 0.9% from the previous month. Commerce Department said this just the other day, down what they say is sharply from April's downwardly revised 0.1% decline. I don't think going from 0.9 to 0.1 down is that big a deal, but economists say that that's a big deal, which is why we have economist Lady La with us today.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because you are. See, I believe the true economists in the United States are the consumers.
Okay.
Average, everyday Americans. And that law, that is what you and I are.
Yes.
You are. I understand you got the nerds who read the graphs about scarcity and supply and demand and opportunity costs. It's the only class I got a C in college was microeconomics.
Okay, economics was hard.
Yes.
It was
my
so
professor.
hard. I had a tutor
Uh-huh.
every single time I had to take any type of economics.
So I only had it, I want to say my sophomore year at ASU.
Mhm.
Dr. Roberts was teaching the class,
Mhm.
and she was mean.
Mhm.
I would sit up front all the time. There were like 400 kids in the class. I had no economics in my life.
Mhm.
She would embarrass everyone except for the blind kid in class. His name was David. I still remember. And she would always just praise blind David, who could read the graphs.
I can't believe you just said that.
No, this is the truth. She would praise him so much and be like, even David, who is blind, understands these graphs better than all of you.
There was so many times in economics where I was in class and I felt very confident that I knew where that thing was going to trend. And why was I so off every single time? So economics is can be a tough concept for the average American.
And I get it. You have people who understand if the economy's going up, down, all around. They can make their forecasts. But I care more about what actual people are doing.
I was going to say, well, actual people, I think it's just going to be the consideration when you're at the register. You know, like, okay, we usually get a bag of Cheetos,
There you
but
go.
do we need the Cheetos now?
Well, or can we afford the Cheetos now? Because
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, I don't know if that's a need. That's not a necessity. And right now we're on a need basis. So, like, let's put that back.
Well, let's talk Cheetos a little bit here. So America cut back on Cheetos. And by Cheetos, I mean cars. And the drop was mostly due to the fact that a bunch of Americans went out and bought cars because they were worried about the tariffs. And so, yeah, we had retail sales come down, they say a modest 0.3%. And a lot of people went out and bought cars because they said, I want to get in front of these tariffs. And I think to your point, too, with Cheetos, yeah, I think you got a lot of people who go, you know what? I like the bag of Cheetos, but can I really afford the bag of Cheetos? Maybe I can afford a bag on Thursday, but do I need a bag on Wednesday and a bag on Thursday?
Probably not.
I think people are cutting back. Now, here's economists talking. They say the real risk, wait, this gets real economic nerd here. You're going to decode it for me. The real risk, because you're an economist, the real risk is we have the onset of a more pronounced slowdown in the economy, driven not necessarily by the actual tariffs, but instead by a surge in anxiety that led to a front loading in demand and will now lead to a demand cliff.
Oh, it's always our fault, right?
So what does that even...
It's like, it's because of your anxiety and you bought all these things and that created the issue because now there's going to be a cliff.
So we pushed ourselves to the brink? Is that kind of what they're saying?
I guess so. I don't know. I don't understand how it always falls into the hands of the people with less, that all of their responsibility ends up falling on.
Isn't it as simple as, are you spending more this month or last month? And I think a lot of it is just kind of a vibe check, too. And I would tell you, I feel a little more nervous about the economy this month than I did a few months ago.
Agreed.
And
the vibes are off.
And I can't tell you exactly why that is, but it's just the way I feel. And if you look at spending at bars and restaurants, down about 1% in May as well. That's the first monthly decline since February. So whatever's going on, people are eating out less, or they're eating less when they eat out. Americans just don't feel like they got the extra cash to go out and spend.
No, and I don't think that the consumer confidence is there. Everyone has been on this roller coaster ride now for half of the year and are starting to be like, we don't know what it's going to be. Let me just hold on to my dollar.
So now explain this to me. Cars down, restaurant spending, bar spending down. So why is spending at specialty stores and online up? Because that went up in May.
I'm not sure.
Is it simply that, can we find better deals online?
Yes, that I have noticed. When I've tried to shop in store for necessities, you see the price of shopping in the store and you go, oh gosh, I don't want to do this, but let me look for that price on this website. And you find that it's $5 cheaper.
There you go.
So you're like, you know what? I'll just buy this online.
Unemployment also not too bad right now. Labor market holding steady. Unemployment 4.2%. Employers still adding jobs at a pretty brisk pace, according to the Labor Department and their data. And they say if the U.S. economy starts to lose jobs and unemployment starts to climb, spending data would likely weaken quite a bit as Americans who are out of a job hunker down.
Mm-hmm.
But they say for now, like 4.2% unemployment, still pretty dang healthy. Like, that's healthy unemployment.
Yeah.
No, you don't think so? You're my economist here. I'm turning to you.
Look, I am not an economist in any way. I was
are.
telling Joe,
you are
I
someone
can
who
be
lives life.
economical.
Yes.
That's for sure.
Yes.
And for me, I have definitely pulled back any type of extra spending down to, I was somebody who would just, you know what, I'm going to go to this sandwich place for a sandwich today because that's nice and that's easy for me and I'll just grab it on the way into work. Now it's like, I got turkey and bread at home.
What's the vibe check from you in terms of your friends? Do you feel like, are they doing healthy? Do they have jobs right now or are they losing gigs?
Thankfully, my friends are employed, but you know.
They nervous?
They're nervous for sure. And I feel like all of us are like, yeah, I'm not going to splurge on the coffee outings. I'm just going to go ahead and make my coffee at home.
Nervous that they're going to lose their gig or just not get a raise?
Lose the gig.
Which I think is worse.
Yeah,
too.
I think that there's a lot of people being affected by AI.
Yeah.
And Amazon just announcing that kind of thing too, that as we move forward, we're going to be removing a lot of these people jobs and they're going to be robot jobs. And then there's just people who... Yeah, in a lot of these roles that are work from home and stuff like that, they're like, I can just ask AI now.
I think a lot of people last year had the fears that, man, am I going to get a raise? I've gotten a raise the last few years. The economy was good, and then they didn't get a raise this past year. And now I think those fears have transitioned from, wow, I didn't get a raise last year, and Ted in accounting got axed, and so did Brenda, who works on the supply management line. Am I next?
Yeah.
Because I'm almost definitely not getting a raise this year because I didn't get one last year. I know the economy's not booming. I'm not eating out. I'm making my sandwiches at home. I'm not going and buying my sandwich like La was. And I think the fear has transitioned. I think it's growing in some ways. And I think when people are buying, I think they're trying to get in front of things like what they were doing with the cars.
Right.
I don't think people were buying cars because they had a ton of extra money. I think they were buying cars because they needed a car.
And they weren't going to be able to afford it later.
The price was going to go up more. Yeah.
That's what I did. I ended up buying some of the stuff to do my oil changes because I usually go to the dealership.
You do your own oil change?
And so I was like,
hold on.
I can't afford the luxury of paying somebody else to do it going forward.
You're telling me you're an economist and a mechanic?
Look, I am also a Mexican, not a Mexicant.
There you go.
So, yeah, I was like, then now's the time. YouTube, help me learn. I am going to be doing this one in my new vehicle. So, and I did. I ordered all the parts before the tariffs were an issue.
You got all it down. Celebrate America with Arizona Talks. Whether you're looking to get more involved in your community or simply want to celebrate with civically minded Arizonans this Independence Day, celebration is the perfect opportunity. It's happening on June 28th at the Deuce in downtown Phoenix. You heard of the Deuce, La? You familiar?
My mic. I already turned it off because you were doing commercial mode. But yes, I love the Deuce.
All right. Our own Patricia Valencia is going to be singing the national anthem. Head to the contest page on KTAR.com to learn more. And we're talking a little bit about the economy. Going to dive more into it. Our neighbors to the north, they used to be our neighbors here in the valley in the winter. That's all slowing down now, thanks to two factors that we're going to talk all about next. La is in for Chris. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. This is not a joke. Are lawmakers across the country being threatened by pizza?
In a statement to ABC News, Capitol Police called the unsolicited pizza deliveries troubling, a sign of the current heightened threat landscape. The pizzas have been anonymously sent to the homes of lawmakers, both Republicans and Democrats in the House, as well as the current and former leadership of the U.S. Capitol Police. In the wake of the Minnesota state lawmaker shootings, the pizza deliveries are now being viewed as a more alarming tacit threat. But the anonymous sender knows where an official lives.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Crash just happened. It's in the HOV lane on the Loop 101 westbound near Cave Creek Road. You might want to get over to the right to avoid that. In Phoenix, we have a car fire at 36th Street and Thomas. Another crash at 27th Avenue in Camelback. And in Glendale, a wreck at 59th Avenue in Glendale. Traffic brought to you by Plum Smart, because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84 overnight, and tomorrow could be the hottest day so far this year at 116. It's 113 right now in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
I lied. I told you I was going to go check the voicemails. I got to do that here at 3:30.
Oh,
I'll go check them
please.
for you, because
Yes.
somebody gave you one apparently, huh?
Somebody DM'd me and said they got something good for you on that voicemail.
Something good for me?
I don't know.
Do you
That's
know
just
who
what
it
they
was?
said. No.
You don't?
No,
Okay.
no. Like, personally, no. I have
Okay.
no clue.
So it's not.
It was somebody from social media that just messaged me and
Okay.
said, hey, get a load of this. So
'Cause
I don't know what it is.
I check the voicemails on the show because Chris's feelings get hurt sometimes, and he
Look.
gets angry at the people who send them. So I have to screen the voicemails
Yeah.
and take care of them.
So if it's something wild,
Yeah.
I have no connection. I have no
Okay.
idea.
All right.
I just know it's there.
Can you believe this over here, Pablo? Do you need to come get your host? You need to get La out of here. She's, dealing with wild DMers.
No, she's bringing us ratings. Come on.
She
Got
is
phone
bringing
calls.
big ratings. Can we talk for a moment? I mean, I'm very serious. You do so many things. Like, I know you I don't know if you're getting mad at me when I say you're an economist or not. But, I mean, you said just a minute ago, you know how to change your own oil.
Yes.
So you can do mechanics work. Maybe you can't fix out a whole car, but you can do some things. Like, I've had the biggest challenge. I can go on YouTube, but inevitably the YouTubes I'm watching are not exactly what I have to go and do. Like, I don't know if I'm watching redneck YouTube or what I'm watching, but
you just got to be really specific with your search, because, man, the University of YouTube has taught me how to troubleshoot so many issues and has saved me like hundreds of thousands of dollars, because I wasn't trusting some guy to be like, oh, yeah, that's going to cost $1,200. I'm like, please let me look up this cabin air filter. I'll find it for myself. Okay, that's only $20. And YouTube just showed me how to do it in 15 minutes.
I was
fine.
able to figure out how to adjust my sprinklers at home with YouTube and to widen or tighten the range.
And people do really good, side by side, telling you how to walk through tutorials.
But let me tell you,
it's amazing.
Switching out a bathroom faucet, not me.
Really? Just turn off the water main and then
Turn off the water main?
Yes, come on.
No, man, I need to have you over to my house, because it was built by the Mayans and the Incas and the Aztecs.
This is being a Phoenician living in Central Phoenix and owning a 1950s brick home.
You'd be good, because my house was built in the 60s.
Yeah, you have to learn so many things. There's so many unique things. So it put me through school early learning.
What if
all
I
of this
just want to pay you to come over and fix some of my stuff?
Well, it's going to cost you a lot.
But you just said you can do it for cheap.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. I won't.
Oh.
I'm not doing it for cheap. I'll do my own stuff for cheap. I got to do your stuff. It's going to cost you triple.
What if I just tell you what I need done and you send me the good YouTube? Could you do that for me?
Yes.
That's what I need.
Fee.
I'm good with that. That's all I need. If you
it's
can
like
find
a
me
personal search engine.
You're my kind of AI. You find the good search for me.
Yes, I'm actually really good at that.
That's I think what I need. So what's going on here in the Valley? We've got an issue with snowbirds, and they're going bye-bye. Saw this. This is fascinating to me. In the first quarter of 2025, Canadians have listed more than 700 homes for sale in Maricopa County. Now, 700, we got a lot more than 700 homes for sale in the Valley. That compares to 100 in the same period last year that Canadians had listed. So what's going on here? Is it uncertainty? Like people feel uneasy about the economy? Or do they feel unwelcome by the guy who happens to be in the Oval Office right now? Or is it both those things?
It's my observation from the outside and from TikTok that Canadians are standing firm against
Trump.
This administration. Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with the economy then? You think it has more to do with...
I'm not an economist, so I don't know that, but...
You are an economist!
I just feel like that's the sentiment that I see online. I know my algorithm caters to the things that I interact with, so, it's not an unfiltered, no bias opinion, but I just feel like a lot of the creators and the things that I'm seeing online when it comes to social are people just standing firm and then showing the aisles of made in Canada things that they're supporting just because the tariff conversation kind of set people off and left a bad taste. And they said, well, you know what? I'll just vacation somewhere else. You know what? I'll just let go of that home, know.
So we're going to see if you're a mathematician or not, though.
Oh, I'm definitely not.
So if it was Canadians selling about 100 homes a year ago, and now it's up to 700, is that like a 300% increase?
It's
more or less?
It's hundreds of percents increase. It's a lot.
No, because 100% would be 200 homes. Like 200% would be 400 homes. So I guess it's almost 300%. And that to me, even if it's only 700 homes, gives me pause though. So Canadians still own about 30,000 properties in Maricopa County. Okay, but still, if you've got 700 as opposed to 100 a year ago who decided to sell, something's going on there.
Can we look at the positive and say that maybe the traffic will get better? No.
No. No. You don't think the Canadians make the traffic bad?
Snowbirds.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
You can always tell when somebody pulls out on the freeway and they're going the speed limit, and then you check the license plate and you're like, oh my gosh, it's a snowbird.
I'm going to have to defend them now. And I think Arizonans in general, just bad drivers because of our great weather.
Oh, yes. First of all, we are the worst drivers. I'm the first to say it.
Because of the sunshine.
But we can also tell when the snowbirds show up.
Okay.
And then they enter the chat. It gets dicey.
So let's recap some of your careers here. Mechanic, economist. We decided you're really good with social media and AI.
Oh, thank you.
You are. Now, are you prepared to plan a wedding next?
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, so we're planning a bachelorette party on the show, and we're going to tickle your brain bone and tackle some of life's most important questions in our headline volley next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Before we get to that, let's talk about fear. Have you ever gone to bed at night in pain, worried about something you feel inside your body? I have, and that nagging feeling that it could be cancer or a heart problem, it's just plain scary. I want to be healthy. I don't want to die. I've got ultra marathons I'm training for. I want to live life. Don't live your life in fear that you're dying or something's wrong. Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer and more before symptoms ever show up. They're high-accuracy CT scans. They're fast, painless, and could literally save your life. I got mine, and the peace of mind that came with it, one of the best feelings in my life. Here's their phone number, 602-483-4837, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. Let's talk a little bit more about that CT scan at Lifeguard Imaging. No claustrophobic tube, takes less than 5 minutes, it's painless, and you'll get your results in just a few days. So quit worrying about cancer and heart issues. Reach out to Lifeguard Imaging today. Right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to lifeguardimaging.com today or call that phone number, 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Your chances of getting the measles at Sky Harbor Airport are greater than 0%. Some dope a few days ago gets on a plane, has a bunch of red blotches around him, decides, okay, I'm going to go to Phoenix. I'm going to get in a plane. I've got the measles. And then he gets there, and what does he do? He rolls around the airport for 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Military experts doubt the Iranian missile supply has been depleted on this 6th day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran. U.S. diplomatic staff evacuated in Israel. Retired General Robert Abrams, who's an ABC News contributor, says that does signal broader American involvement.
I'm glad they're getting them out. It's the right thing to do because we don't, this is all very unpredictable.
And new today, European diplomats from France, Germany, and Britain are preparing to hold talks with Iranian officials on Friday in Geneva as the U.S. weighs strikes on Iran's nuclear program. Major cuts coming to Arizona's Department of Economic Security.
The Arizona Department of Economic Security is cutting 5% of its workforce, affecting nearly 400 employees due to federal grant cuts for unemployment insurance. Staff were notified on June 17th, and their final day is set for July 4th. Director Michael Weishart said the reductions were unavoidable, but the agency is still focused on essential services like childcare and employment support. Patrick Ugolini, KTAR News.
The next portable fitness monitor may not be worn on your wrist, but on your face. ABC's Jim Ryan tells us about the digital face tattoo.
The idea of a wearable device that measures emotions isn't new. In the 1970s,
discover the mysterious powers of the multicolor mood ring in elegant gold or silver tones.
A piece of technology being developed at the University of Texas is designed to measure and analyze indicators of mental stress in people with high-pressure jobs, air traffic controllers, for example. The ultra-thin device looks like a face tattoo, but it's removed at the end of the day and thrown out, and still years away from commercial viability. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Let's take a look at the roads this afternoon. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Quite a slowdown on westbound 101, more than usual. That's going to start right after you depart Scottsdale Road, heading all the way to Cave Creek, and that is because there's a wreck in the HOV lane right before Cave Creek. So if you can get over to the right, it might do you a little better there. In Glendale, you've got a wreck at Olive and 51st Avenue. In Sun City, a wreck at Grand Avenue and 103rd. In Phoenix, a car fire at 36th Street and Thomas. And also in Phoenix, a good idea to avoid 27th Avenue northbound from Indian School to Bethany Road. That's very slow there due to a wreck. Traffic brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson, KTAR News.
84 the overnight low, then tomorrow climbing to 116 degrees and 112 on Friday. Right now in Carefree, it's 107. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and we've got the War Room. Is Israel losing? And if so, will America get involved? The War Room. It starts at 5 o'clock. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Law is back.
I'm
in
back.
for
Just
Chris.
for-
Nah. Joe Huizinga, Chris and Joe show. Lady La in for Chris Merrill over there. La, I promised that I would go and check the voicemails. You can send one to us right now on the KTAR News app. All you have to do is tap the microphone button, leave a message to us, and if someone says something insightful, funny, or crazy, we might even play it on the air. Like Miguel.
This is Miguel Ortiz from Peoria, and I'm excited because Lady La is in the building. Let's go.
There you go.
Yeah.
There
Shouts out to Miguel.
There you go. Miguel, big fan of Lady La.
Sound like your brother, no?
No.
No? Okay.
When have you talked to my brother?
I ain't never died much.
My brother would also never call a radio station.
There you go.
He's right, though. Let's go, La!
Hey!
And right now, let's touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
All right, La, I've given you a lot of careers today. Economist.
You're just assigning me
mechanic.
all of these careers.
Well, now you're kind of bachelorette and wedding party planner.
Okay, no.
Mhm.
I am the worst event planner.
That's why you're going to
possible.
be amazing at the Volley today. So I have no idea if you've ever even been married or would ever entertain the idea of getting hitched.
I guess we'll never know.
That was a nervous look. But Yelp put out its list of top bachelorette party spots in the U.S.
Oh, Scottsdale, easy.
Boom! You're great at
Yeah.
this game. Scottsdale topped the list.
Uh-huh.
So I want to know a bunch of questions for you here. If you had a bachelorette party, where would you go? I've got a list of like the top 8 cities here. And then if you did it in Scottsdale, what would you do? Because I've got a list of like the top 8 activities as well. So first, I need the city from you that you would have it in.
Rio de Janeiro.
La, that's not on the list.
See, I'm with her. I
there
said
you go.
Cancun
So
or
If it's
Cabo,
not
yeah.
international, I wouldn't have it
So
anyway.
there's only one international city on here. Can you even guess what it is?
Cabo.
Cancun.
I'm going to give you a hint. It's to the north.
San Carlos.
What?
Yeah.
To the north?
Yeah. Toronto.
What?
Don't look at me. This is bachelorettes. This is not a man. This is not a guy thing. This is ladies.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that would not have occurred to me.
Everything else that the ladies listed was in the U.S. Okay.
Nashville.
Nashville.
Miami.
Made the list. Miami was 2.
Vegas
was 4. You're doing good here. So we've got 1, 2, 3 more for you to come up with.
Those are all the ones that I could think of. Austin.
Boom. 2 more. I'm sure you can come up with 1 more.
Was it Colorado, Denver?
Don't you want to have a beignet?
New Orleans. That is a good one. That's a good party place.
And maybe you would come up with this one, but I think it'd take you a while. Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah, I would never have guessed that.
Yeah.
Bachelorette party.
So those are the cities. Now, okay. So now we're planning your bachelorette party here in Scottsdale.
No, absolutely not.
So what activities are you going to go and do? I've got the list for the ladies here.
They're going to ride the little bar thing on the bicycle.
What would you go and do, though?
I would do none of those things.
Okay,
I don't even go to Scottsdale now voluntarily for no reason. I don't go.
Focus, though. Bachelorette party in Scottsdale. What would you want to do?
Literally, my mind's incapable.
You are so turned off by this question.
I'm having a system shut down. I can't do it.
How uncomfortable I've made you.
Yeah, I cannot.
Okay, so we'll just let you guess the activities that they picked. So you were right on. Let's see here. I thought they did.
What do they call that when you're all pedaling?
Rent a party bus or bike.
Yeah, party bus.
I'll give you that. Okay,
yes.
You got that one. So you got 1, 2, 3, 7 to go here.
And go to a nightclub. I don't know.
Don't they call those things pedal bars?
Is that what they're called? I don't even know the name of them.
You have to ride.
Yeah, it looks exhausting.
Yeah.
Party at Maya Day and Nightclub. That's on here.
Yeah, that's a nightclub.
I'll give you that one. Okay.
What, a pool party? I don't know. Go to brunch? I don't know.
Do we have pool party on here?
I just told you I change my oil in my free time. I have no idea what I would do at a bachelorette party.
But I'm counting on you to learn these things and to work through this.
It's unnecessary info to store.
Here's what they got.
I have no idea.
Here's what we got. Hike Camelback Mountain.
Oh, I've seen that 1,000 times.
Grab a drink at the bars and clubs in Old Town.
Yeah, Old Town.
Go on a hot air balloon ride.
Ooh.
Oh, you're kind of into that one, huh?
Yeah, but you don't need to be a bachelorette to do that. You can do that anytime.
I know you're into this one, too. You told me earlier on the show. Go horseback riding.
Ooh, horseback riding is fun.
Luxury shopping at Scottsdale Fashion Square.
Okay.
Brunch at one of the popular local spots.
I said brunch. I see them all the time walking in huge groups to brunch.
And yeah, you
got like matching outfits or T-shirts or,
You got all the rest of them. You proud of yourself there?
I mean, I see it. I've seen it on Camelback too. Hiking, I'm dying, and then there's like 10 girls in tutus. I'm like, they're definitely on a bachelorette
What goes through your mind when you see a bachelorette party? Because it seems like you're totally repulsed by this idea.
Yeah, I'm repulsed by it.
So what goes through your head? You're like, they're making a huge mistake, or I'm glad I'm not them?
No, yeah. I feel so lucky that it's not me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah. He likes it.
I do. I like your honest answer. I like that.
Yeah, it couldn't be me.
Okay. You want another one?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't return the volley because you wouldn't have a bachelorette. Okay, bachelor party.
Vegas.
Does that interest you?
Vegas.
You would have one for sure if you were.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be like most guys. I don't drink.
Yeah, so why would you want to go to Vegas? What would you do?
I ask Pablo. I go to Vegas 4 or 5 times a year.
Yeah, but not for a bachelor
what do you
party.
Do? Yeah. What would you do?
He partakes.
I like to. I've seen every Cirque du Soleil show.
Oh yeah, they're incredible shows. I get it.
I've seen a lot of the magicians out there.
Okay.
I really
for entertainment.
I want to go to Sphere. I haven't been to the Sphere yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love just people watching.
So that would probably be a fun bachelor party, is if you guys all went to the Sphere. That would be cool.
Wow.
I
like the cookie shop in Vegas. That's good sweets in there.
Oh, really?
I'm a big chocolate fan.
I never heard of
chocolate
that.
chips.
Oh. Okay, so just go there, eat.
Yeah.
Be entertained.
See, am I weird for this? Because what do you mean no?
No, I was going to say something.
You are weird. Yes,
I
you
said
are.
no.
You gave me like the
and then I was like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on air.
Weird,
you gave me like the boss's look of like, oh, Joe, don't say it.
No, I was thinking I can't say it. I was checking myself. I was like, wait, I don't think I'm allowed to say it.
So I when I go to Vegas, I love to eat at the classy restaurants. And I want to go in, but like I'm usually going with a dude friend, and they're like let's be honest. Like they don't want to do that. And if I tell them like, hey, I want to go to Spago or I want to go to Lago and I want to go, not just places that rhyme with Ago.
Yeah, I was going to say what? Asiago.
Okay, or like I want to go to Hell's Kitchen. I want to go to some of the...
So go.
But here's the thing. I don't like to eat by myself and I don't want to take them with me because they won't appreciate the meal. So what do I do?
But this is your bachelor party.
Oh, I thought this was just a regular random weekend. We're back on the bachelor party.
I thought that's what we were talking about was bachelor options because you're talking to me about bachelorette options.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Joe.
Oh, my goodness, Joe.
We never even got off the court on this one.
I know.
With the volley.
You're welcome. Pablo, come get me. I need saving. It's not going to get much better here. Am I stupid or is everyone else here at KTAR smart? No, this is the tease. This is what was written for me. Pablo, I can't believe you wrote this. It says, am I stupid or is everyone else here at KTAR smart? We'll get to the bottom of it with Bruce St. James from Outspoken next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
You know, when I first got married, I stepped into a wild ride. 3 kids and a beautiful wife and mom who worked remotely. So we needed rooms. That meant a big house. Over the last 21 years, we've watched our kids grow into young adults, and they moved out. Now, I still have a beautiful wife who runs her own business from home, but no kids. And honestly, we had too many rooms. So we downsized. If I had known then that selling a big house to find a smaller one with a better view would have been such a pain, we might have just stayed put. Then again, if I had known about Orchard's Move First Sell Later program, we could have been into the new place in no time and not even worried about selling the old one because Orchard would have taken care of it for us. See, Orchard gives you cash for your home so you can get into that cute little cottage with a water view and a squirrel that pops by every morning to say hello. And then Orchard takes over all the stressful stuff by doing the repairs and the upgrades to the old house and they sell it for you. Most of the time, they sell the home for more than the cash they gave you for the first place, which means you get another check. It's so easy. Get into that cute new forever home easier than ever with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth with their free home valuation at Orchard.com. Really couldn't be easier. Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
It's Gatos. Does your home have clogged drains? Call Howard Air and Plumbing today. For a limited time, get a professional drain cleaning for only $59 during Howard Air's Beat the Heat sales event. Plus, get a plumbing camera inspection absolutely free when you schedule your appointment today. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule your appointment online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:46. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Federal Reserve decides to keep interest rates where they are. During their meeting today, the Fed also said that even though they expect inflation to rise, there could be 2 interest rate cuts later this year. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell admits economic uncertainty due to tariff policy looms, but says the economic outlook is solid for now.
Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Right now, let's get a look at the roads. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. You still got a crash blocking the HOV lane on the westbound 101 near Cave Creek Road. That's got things backing up all the way to Scottsdale Road. They are working on a tow, so hopefully that's going to clear in the next few minutes here in Scottsdale. On the surface streets, 82nd Street and Raintree, got a wreck there. Another one in Glendale at Olive and 51st Avenue. And in Sun City, a wreck at Grand Avenue and 103rd. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain. If you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, great focus. It'll boost your sex drive. If you have low T, go to redmountainweightloss.com and you can start for free right now this month. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I have the day off tomorrow, but the Mike Broomhead Show goes on with the best of amazing Arizonans starting at 8:15.
Pablo, that's what we're going to talk about. What Broomhead just said right there. I have the day off tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I love it.
Interesting. Pablo has the day off tomorrow too. How about
So do I.
Interesting.
Let's
also,
go.
Juneteenth, you got the day off tomorrow. How about that?
Well, I didn't know that you guys got it off for that, but that's amazing. In observance of.
What do you mean, you guys?
Yeah.
Because here's what we need to talk about. So the boss sends out this memo, I'll say like a month or two ago. And she says, hey, Juneteenth is a company holiday. You can have it off.
Yes.
But it's going to be a normal programming day.
Oh, I see. So on the programming side.
So there was kind of a...
Got it.
Not for us, but
it was
your
kind of a
program, not my
nudge,
program.
nudge, wink, wink. The boss said, again, she said, Juneteenth, company holiday, you can have it off, but it's going to be a normal programming day. So I'm thinking Bruce is going to be here, Gatos is going to be here, Broomhead's going to be here, Pablo's going to be here. And I'm checking the schedule this week. Bruce is off, Gatos is off tomorrow, Broomhead's off, Pablo's off, Merrill's off all week. You know who's here tomorrow? Joe.
You're doing it wrong.
Yes. So are you willing to tell me that I'm an idiot? Like, I did not
tell you that every day. I mean, what, do you need to hear it again?
Yes, I do.
I'm like, seriously?
Yes, I do need to hear it every day.
I just got so scared when you said that. I was like, oh, God. I
No,
know Bruce's answer before you even finished the
Why
question.
did you ask something like that?
No, I
don't ask questions you already know the answers to.
No, like, because I feel like I didn't read that memo the right way. Do you remember when she sent out this memo about Juneteenth?
I was already taking the time off.
See, you got ahead of the game.
I'm way ahead of the game.
See, like when she sent that one out, I was like, this is a trick. She wants us to
Sounds
work.
like a trick.
She wants us to work, so I'm going to work.
Like a
and
trick.
I'll get brownie
It's a
points
trap.
like a few others. And all of a sudden, I'm the only one working.
Reverse psychology on you,
God. This is awful.
But you'll get a free popsicle.
There you go.
I think we ate them all today. I'm not going to get anything tomorrow.
There's a good chance of that.
Yeah, so this is what happened to me. I'm working tomorrow, so you don't have to.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't even know who's in for you tomorrow. I think
Nor do I. Not my
Not
my job.
I think Steve Goldstein and Gail Bass
Not my
are in
job.
for you. So how about this? What's coming up today?
I have the foggiest idea.
No, you know. I know. I think the War Room is coming up today.
The War Room is coming up at
but
5.
Might it be? Let me take a guess at this. So the War Room in a couple senses. Could we have the War Room at 5 o'clock with Bruce and Gatos on Outspoken?
Certainly.
And also, can we anticipate some of the latest on what's going on with Iran and Israel?
Absolutely. I feel like, though, it's constant breaking news. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
And I do say this, and I'm not gleeful. At some point, I think people become desensitized to it.
1,000%.
Is that the point?
Maybe that's the point.
Is
I
that
don't know.
the goal?
At some point, it's like, oh, let me guess. Somebody fired missiles. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point,
Let me guess.
we tend to
Trump
turn it
said
out.
something about it today.
You know? But there is something serious about it. We're certainly going to be talking about what, if any, role the United States should have. And should Congress be involved in making that decision? As well as, discussing with our group, the political impact of that.
Okay. All coming up with Bruce and Gatos on Outspoken. And by the way, they won't be here tomorrow, but I will be.
No.
Yeah, no, I will
I won't be here Friday either.
I know. I fell for that game too.
Yeah.
Oh, so nice having you here.
It's been real.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know you're not going to be here tomorrow.
I am not going to be here tomorrow.
She's taking Juneteenth off.
You know who is going to be here? Bruce's former partner, Pamela Hughes, is going to be here with me.
All right.
She was willing to rough it with me tomorrow. She's the one person who I was able to trick into coming in. I told her, I was like, well, it's a normal programming day, so you'll be treated like a big timer if you're here tomorrow. And she decided she'd come in. So, Lady Law in for Chris Merrill today. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Thank you for having me.
It's the Chris and Joe Show on KTAR News.
Imagine growing up in a home where dad owns a company and you've watched him work hard and build it into something really special. You get to a point in your life when it's your turn to take over and make dad proud. That's exactly what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake did with Advanced Window Products. Hi, Chris Merrill for the best value, best warranted, and absolute best custom windows in the desert. When Nate bought the company from his dad, he set out to carry on his father's legacy by doing business the right way. A fleet of local installers, Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of other window companies out there. And then they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there's an issue, and it's rare, but if there is, local installers come out and replace the windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of it. Right now, save $2,500 when you buy 10 windows or more and cover the cost with 0 down, 0% interest on approved credit. Call them at 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. Or do like I do and check them out online. Read the reviews at advancedwindows.com. It's advancedwindows.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Mike Broomhead.
Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan is in studio with me. If there is going to be an increase in funds in your agency, how is it going to be spent?
Deputies and detention officers historically get behind the power curve when it comes to funding. So they're going to give pretty significant pay raises to deputy sheriffs and detention officers. So that is very significant.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Jim Sharp with the reasons you should choose Gleason Roofing. They're a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies get that award for the highest standards. Family-owned Gleason Roofing's been in the Valley for over 25 years and has a BBB A+ rating. And Gleason Roofing did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Visit GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason. Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with a perfect plan to ensure everyone's well-fed and happy. Grad party? Office celebration? Family reunion? Invite Venencia's to the table. Text catering to 411 24/7. That's catering to 411 247 or Venencias.com.
Native American tribes have been here for generations. At Resolution, listening to local leaders has really guided our plans and how we think. We're protecting ancestral sites like Apache Leet and native species like the Emery oak trees. Tribal members are helping monitor that work. I believe we can coexist, and that this project will help communities like the one I grew up in thrive.
Responsible mining is essential to Arizona's communities and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold, hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed 3 out of 4 summers. What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Still no indication as to whether the U.S. will wade into the conflict between Israel and Iran. Talks between the Iranians and the Americans broke down, and President Trump has expressed his displeasure with the conflict.
President Trump Wednesday didn't rule out a U.S. military strike against Iran's nuclear facilities, telling reporters he may do it, he may not do it, but nobody knows what he'll do. He said his message to the supreme leader of Iran is good luck. President Trump said the Iranians reached out to hold talks, even offering to come to the White House.
I said it's very late. I said it's very late to be talking.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
During Trump's first term, he tore up the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran that the Obama administration negotiated. That would have put a 10-year stop to all uranium enrichment from Iran. And if that deal were still in place, it would have expired this fall. And we've learned today that European diplomats from France, Germany, and Britain are preparing to hold talks with Iranian officials Friday in Geneva as the U.S. weighs strikes on Iran's nuclear program.
O'Brien? Yes. Gallego? Yes. Passes 8-1.
The Phoenix City Council passed a $7.8 billion budget today for next fiscal year with only one member opposing. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live from the News Center with the numbers.
City Council member Ana Hernandez said during the meeting she can't support the budget because it doesn't invest enough in marginalized communities, while Mayor Kate Gallego pointed out how much the city spends on human services.
It is worth noting the state is working on their own budget, and I would ask everyone to look at how much the city spends
on issues such as fighting homelessness compared to the entire state of Arizona.
Over $100 million is earmarked in the city budget for homelessness, while the proposed state budget includes $18 million. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Today, the Phoenix City Council is considering a citizen petition that calls on Phoenix police to scale back criminal penalties and not use city funds for federal immigration enforcement. That petition from local group Put Air in Action. Phoenix City staff have recommended denying the petition, but that will be decided later today.
They should not be receiving Medicaid benefits.
A full audit of Arizona's Medicaid program, known as Access, has been requested following the discovery of ineligible recipients. State Senator Janae Shamp says she requested data from state-contracted vendor LexisNexis that shows thousands of recipients have the means to afford private health insurance.
More than a third were flagged as potentially ineligible. Many with substantial liquid assets, including more than 5,000 enrollees with over $50,000 in liquid assets.
Shamp estimates this could have cost the state up to $6 billion in unnecessary spending. In a statement, the governor's office says it has confidence in Access enforcement of all relevant Medicaid eligibility requirements. The Diamondbacks stepping up to the plate to help dogs slide into their forever homes.
People pay what they can for a furry friend with this Slide into Love adoption event organized by Arizona Animal Welfare League and D-Backs Give Back. There is no set adoption fee for dogs 6 months or older at the 2 AAWL shelter locations in Chandler and Phoenix. 65 dogs are available for adoption. For more information, head to KTAR.com. Jania McFarland, KTAR News.
All right, you're getting ready to head for home. Let's check the road ahead with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I-10 eastbound as you're in Goodyear right now, right around Bullard. You got a vehicle fire there to avoid right now, so try to get around that one if you can. And in Phoenix, you got that crash blocking the HOV lane on the 101 loop westbound near Cave Creek, backing up traffic all the way to Scottsdale Road. That is almost cleared. There's still another vehicle they're clearing from that one right now. In Peoria, you got a wreck at 31st in Peoria, Scottsdale at 82nd and Raintree, and in Glendale there's another wreck at Olive and 51st Avenue. Traffic brought to you by Arizona Painting Company. Arizona Painting Company, the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Overnight, we'll see a low temp around 84. Tomorrow could be our hottest day so far. We're expecting 116 in Phoenix, 112 on Friday. Right now in Tempe, it's 110. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, our #1.
Yes! Hour #1, the best of the hours.
All right, coming up in hour #2, 5 o'clock, the War Room, a political symposium. We've got a panel of three fantastic guests. I think it's going to be an all-out war, just to say that. It is the War Room, and I'm really looking forward to it. Before we get started, remember, we're outspoken against hunger.
Certainly are.
We are teaming with St. Mary's Food Bank, and what we're doing is trying to feed children who aren't getting the lunch and the breakfast because school is out.
Yeah.
We're trying to feed the elderly who are having a tough time out there.
Single moms out there raising kids.
Absolutely. So this hour, we have a goal that we'd like you to help us meet. We need 10 of you. We did this in the 5 o'clock hour. 5 o'clock was good.
Saying.
We need 10 of you to give $100 each. 10 of you to give $100 each. All you have to do is text the word food to 620-620. If you can do that, we're basically going to send over thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of meals.
Yeah.
So I think it's 10,000 meals. Is that what it was? 10 or 100? I forgot. I have to
Every
look it up.
dollar with the match,
yes,
provides 10 meals.
Awesome. All right.
Every dollar is 10 meals. So you
do the math on whatever it is that you choose to donate, be it $100. If you can't swing 100, we'd still love you to participate.
So 10 people.
But we are really looking for those 10.
10 people, $100 each.
Yeah.
We'll have $1,000. The $1,000 donation plus the match from our friends at Axon. This hour, we can do 10,000 meals.
That's crazy.
All right. Text the word food to 620. 620. Let's feed some people.
You know, I don't think it's going away. The story about these ESA grants, the Empowerment Savings Account.
Oh, the scam.
Okay, yeah. It comes under a variety of different names, though. Is that fair to say?
The voucher.
The voucher program. That was the word I was really looking for.
Yes.
Well, our friends over at 12 News dug into this a little bit and found, oh gosh, that you, the taxpayer, is paying for a lot of things that I don't think most people would think are directly related to education, and probably don't think their tax dollars should be going to.
Yeah, I mean, we know that there are families that are using the $6,000 or $7,000 that they're given, right? And what are you using it for? Well, here's what 12 News found out. Okay, is it for education or is it for something else?
12 News has exclusively obtained public records from the Arizona Department of Education, showing how nearly 20 million taxpayer dollars were spent on just 8 extracurricular activities for kids getting vouchers. That's nearly $7 million for private music lessons, including $1 million for piano lessons.
Oh, hold on a minute.
You guys better be some really good piano players.
How much was the music lessons? $7 million? $7 million for private music lessons? $7 million?
Some of those are going to be like the tuba also.
Tuba?
That should be free.
$2.8 million on swimming lessons.
So hold on, $2.8 million on swimming lessons. Boy, that's a lot. So are you telling me that we're giving $6,000 to $7,000 to $8,000 to parents who are supposed to be putting that towards education, and they're giving their kids dance lessons out of it?
They learned how to dance.
It's arts. It's
garbage.
PE. That's how they justify it.
What a bunch of horse crap
it's
that is.
It's how they justify it.
Absolutely
Swimming lessons
ridiculous.
and gymnastics, it's considered PE.
How about horseback riding?
PE.
Horseback riding, is that PE?
Yes.
Jumping jacks are PE and they're free.
$1.1 million spent on horseback riding.
Really?
Give me a break.
Did that include the horse?
I have no idea. Let's listen.
Lessons, and at least $1 million each on gymnastics, dance, fitness, horseback riding, and martial arts.
You know who horseback rides?
Who?
Rich kids.
It's called polo.
Yeah.
Rich kids horseback ride.
Dressage.
It is very expensive.
What is it called?
Dressage.
That's awesome.
That's where the horse dances, and you're on its back. Yes.
Sounds French.
Yes.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, this is, I've said it from the beginning. I know many of you parents, I like choice. Yeah. I'd also like to steal from people, right?
Choice is one thing. And you know what? I think you can have a principled, honest discussion about school choice. But that's not what this program has turned into. This program has turned into a system where people who were already going to send their kids to fancy school, who already were going to pay for horseback lessons, were already going to pay for dance lessons, just have the taxpayers paying for it now.
So what you're telling me is that the kids in North Scottsdale were already going to take those horseback riding lessons?
100%.
What, South Phoenix kids aren't doing that?
Not so much.
Is that right?
That wasn't happening. Not nearly as much.
Yeah. I love my example.
Okay.
Of what these vouchers, I put it in very simple terms.
I need that.
If some of you don't understand what the ESA or the scam or what it's about, here's my example.
I'm ready.
All right. Bruce.
Yeah.
I want to learn to play golf.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? From what I understand, the public course is offering free lessons.
Yeah.
But I'd like a more exclusive experience, if you will.
Wouldn't we all?
So I would like to learn how to play golf at a private golf club.
Got it.
Like a country club.
Yeah.
Right. I also want the public course to pay for my membership.
Well, I mean, it's only fair.
Now you understand how school vouchers work.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Again, will you acknowledge that there is some validity to allowing parents to take kids out of what they call the poorly performing schools, or and by the way, I'm going to get the text messages. I get them all the time at 620. We had to use the ESA because of a special needs our child has, and it was only available at another school, or it was only available at this other place, and the ESA money allowed it. So there are legitimate reasons that it can be used. I think there are some.
Give me one.
I use that as an example. If they don't offer maybe a specific educational program for your kid that has special needs.
Public schools have that all the time.
But what I've heard from people is, my district didn't offer the one specific to my child. I had to take them to another district.
Public schools do that stuff all the time.
The point being is, I think I would argue there's probably some legitimate reasons. The problem is it's being taken advantage of by people who can afford it either way.
Well, of course it is. And if you allow
free money.
If you allow people to take advantage of it, and you've got no teeth in, if we catch you doing something that's wrong, I mean, of course people are going to take advantage. Listen, it siphons off billions of dollars from our already underfunded public schools.
Yeah.
What this does is it will kill Arizona public schools. There will be one day.
Do you think that's the goal?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Oh, absolutely.
You think the goal is to get rid of public schools?
No doubt.
Everybody's going to go to the private schools.
We're subsidizing the private education of the wealthy few.
Isn't private schools inherently more expensive?
Sure. You can get a private school, where maybe some tuition is $15,000 to $30,000. Look at some of the private schools, okay, where tuition is like $15,000 to $30,000.
Yeah.
So the voucher is only, let's say, $6,000.
Okay.
That's not enough for working families to get a choice, but it is enough for rich families
to get
a massive discount,
a rebate,
right,
on what they were going to spend anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the ESA. It's like a reverse Robin Hood scam. You take tax dollars from the parents in South Phoenix and you give it to the wealthy parents of Scottsdale. And it's a scam. And 12 News, I mean, come on. It's a great story that they did. It's not a hit job.
So can I read you a text I got?
Sure.
Because I have a retort.
Is this one of the people who spent $1 million on horseback riding?
I can't tell by the text if they ride horses.
Okay.
If a taxpayer's allotted a certain dollar amount for schooling, who cares if they use that allotment for private or public school? Okay, hold on. Here's my retort. I pay, and I don't send any kids to school.
Right.
Well,
you don't.
By your argument, should I get a rebate?
You should get a rebate.
I don't send any kids to school. I'm paying for you to go to.
And my guess is you do it willingly. You want to do it.
Well, careful with willingly.
Well,
but
again, do you want educated children in Arizona to grow up?
I understand the value of education. Right. I understand that is a public good. And free education is a public good. For all of us. We all benefit from it.
Right.
Honestly.
And we pay into roads, too. But I don't drive on the 303. But my money paid to build that for the people who do, right?
You need to get over there. It's fantastic.
Is
it's like 90 miles an hour. They don't have any speed limits on the 303. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for you. Don't forget the War Room coming up at 5 o'clock. A political symposium, if you will. We will dig into a lot of things going on. Question. Has the WNBA now surpassed baseball, hockey, and even the NBA? If not, it's getting close. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want you to get that pre-storm inspection of your roof. Becky Lynn, do you know when monsoon season starts? You know all the weather crap.
I believe it's the end of this month.
All right, almost the end of this month. Goodness gracious. What's the date today? Date is the 18th. We've got, you got a couple weeks. If the monsoon starts and you don't know if your roof is ready, you got to call America Roofing. All right? Here's the issue. All right? I had America Roofing come to my house and do the pre-storm inspection. And it's free. It's a free evaluation of your roof if you mention Gatos. And America Roofing came over perfectly on time, got up there on the ladder, got on the roof. They were up there for a while. They check every single thing out. Really, it's incredible. And they came down with some pictures, and they showed me and said, this is a spot we feel we need to fix. Water from storms, we can tell, not draining properly. You're going to get a leak eventually. And what I said is, fix it. I got the bill. Totally affordable. I got to tell you, if I didn't have them fix it, may have gotten a leak this summer. Call America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
KTAR News Flash.
417, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Sources tell ABC News that President Trump told top advisors in a Situation Room meeting that he approved of U.S. attack plans for Iran that were presented to him, but is willing to wait and see if Iran would be willing to discuss ending their nuclear program. Sources say the president has not made any final decisions. And a source familiar with the intelligence says President Trump is getting familiar with the idea of taking out Iran's Fordo underground nuclear facility with what's known as a bunker bomb. ABC's Louis Martinez is at the Pentagon.
This option of striking at Fordo is actually the most likely to lead to an Iranian retaliation against U.S. bases in the region. So it is the option that carries the most risk. And so when you make a decision like that, you have to weigh the potential risk of Iranian retaliation against these bases. So what we have been constantly hearing for the last week or so is that the United States military in the region has been postured to defend against any potential Iranian attack against those bases, those personnel.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at the roads with Heather Larson. She's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hey, thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, we've got a crash blocking the right lane on I-17 northbound, and that's going to be near the 10 westbound. And Goodyear, a car fire reported at eastbound I-10 and Bullard Avenue. Heading to the surface streets now in Peoria, a wreck at 31st and Peoria, and Scottsdale, a wreck at 82nd and Raintree. And that wreck in Glendale at Olive and 51st Avenue is either back or it's still there. It's been reported twice now. So for traffic today, it's brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try their burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. High drama in the WNBA. I got to tell you, how long have you worked here again?
It'll be 27 years coming up.
Congratulations ahead of time.
Oh, I'll let you know when the day is.
Oh, there's zero
there will be a
concern that you will not be prancing around.
You think Trump had a parade? Wait, do you see what I've got?
I can't wait for the tank. But Gatos, in your 27 years, have you ever spent so much time talking about not just the WNBA, women's sports in general, as you have since Caitlin Clark came on the scene?
My favorite all-time athlete. I will even go further.
I'm ready.
I will even go further.
Okay.
I went to a sports bar.
Okay.
It's like a few days ago or whatever. There was baseball. There was, I think the basketball game was on. Yeah. Hockey. We had the Stanley Cup tournament. I'm not joking. I wanted to see the WNBA game.
Wow.
And it has to be Caitlin Clark. I'm just not going to watch any WNBA
No, you're watching
game.
the Caitlin Clarks.
I'm watching her because what we're witnessing is greatness. We are witnessing Muhammad Ali.
Whoa.
Michael Jordan.
Whoa.
I'm not kidding you.
I believe you.
This is how big she is. By the way, and we're going to get to what happened last night.
Okay, yeah.
If you watch the NBA Finals, do you even know who's in the NBA Finals?
Not only do I not know, but guess what? Nobody else is watching.
Right.
I saw the TV ratings.
And if you do watch, you know what's getting the ratings? Her commercials. Ooh. She's in all the commercials.
She's in all the commercials. She's the biggest basketball star right now.
There is no doubt.
Basketball.
Yeah.
Men or women.
And if LeBron James hangs it up, she becomes the biggest current basketball, because there's probably a couple NBA players that are ahead of her.
Maybe.
In terms of
but they're on the downhill. She's on the upswing, right?
She's must-see. And the drama surrounding her, because there are all these different, there's like racial tension.
Ooh.
Right?
That's good.
Who did we save from Russia? Brittany Griner.
Yeah.
Called her, just said she didn't like the white girl.
Yeah.
Or why is the white girl getting in my way?
Yeah. Isn't she on her team?
No.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
All right. So last night, drama. Right?
Drama. I'm telling you, in the WNBA.
Oh, and Marina Mabry's going to get ejected. If the officials saw that, Marina Mabry is going to get ejected.
That's because she pulled a WWE type move and took her,
and you would know.
And I would know. Took her pointer finger and poked her in the eye with it.
Gave her an eye poke on a bit of a blind screen. Yeah.
Okay. So then Caitlin Clark is. Oh my gosh! You
got to act.
I'm blinded.
But yeah, she did put her hand up to her face because she got poked in the face.
And then
I'm going to go and look at it.
And then she's moving over to the side of the court, and another player with her shoulder checks her, and she goes down like a sack of bricks.
That wasn't fake, I didn't think, because I didn't think she saw it coming. She didn't expect to get body checked after the foul.
The way that WNBA players treat Caitlin Clark is dirty, sometimes racist, and disgraceful.
Well, here's my concern for them. Are they destroying their most valuable asset?
If she gets hurt, yeah.
But I'm saying, she's a physical player, to her credit. But she gets bodied on the court.
The women in the WNBA, their hatred for her is so obvious and absolutely
is it jealousy?
Insane. Yes. Yeah. They're trying to hurt her.
It certainly, listen, at times it looks like it. There are hard fouls. So I did see something. The coach last night of the Caitlin Clarks, it was critical of the referees.
They stunk.
And she did make a point. And by the way, I think this is a valid point. I can remember this argument happening in the NFL years ago. The game is getting faster. The players are bigger. They're stronger. And the refs can't keep up.
Okay.
Yeah, but it almost feels like that in the WNBA. The referees are unable to keep up with the speed and quickness of the game because it's changed quick.
Caitlin Clark is more exciting to watch than any baseball team. I'm not kidding. Any NBA team.
Yeah.
The only thing that she's not on par with is the NFL, and
nobody's on par with the NFL.
Nobody's
right? Is
on
that
par
fair?
with the NFL.
Yeah, that's just.
But she's a total punching bag. And I'll tell you, listen, the WNBA has been around since the late '90s, and it's been garbage. Nobody watches it.
Nobody cared.
It's not. It was always bad basketball. Remember, that was the other thing. It was always bad basketball.
It was a bunch of set shots and dribbling performances.
I was watching her over the weekend.
Yeah.
She drained 3 3-pointers between the 3-point line and half court. I think it was 1 down 3, goes down again.
It was Steph
goes
Curry
down again.
like.
It was. You have to watch her.
Yeah.
Because the drama is there, the hatred for her is there.
So is that why? Okay, and
I can't get enough.
That last 3-pointer, she drained it in the other player's face.
It was awesome. And she just gets tossed around.
I wonder if they're also getting frustrated. Like we can't. Remember Hack-a-Shack? We can't stop them, so we're just going to foul them.
But they weren't trying to hurt him.
No, okay. They were just tough to hurt a 7'2", 300-something pound
They were
guy.
just trying to send him to the free throw line, where he was. That's his weakness.
Okay,
for Caitlin Clark, it's they're. I mean, she was out with an injury. If she leaves, no one watches that league. Their ratings plummeted.
By the way, I got a text message. Can you Google this for me?
Well, I look like your secretary.
The Indiana Fever is the name of the team Caitlin Clark is on. I don't know that to be true.
It's true.
It's the Indiana Caitlin Clarks, and
she's awesome.
Yeah, and your favorite athlete.
I'm not kidding, man. I'm not. I haven't been.
She is one of.
She's incredible.
She stands out without a doubt. Check the headlines are on the way, and a quick reminder: War Room coming up at 5:00. You won't want to miss it yet. We're digging into that topic as well. Okay. Up next, what do you do? You're a mother of 6, and you can't afford to feed your kids.
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to tell you how you can help this mom as we're outspoken against hunger the entire month of June. It's coming up next. Right here on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
There have been 2 times in my life where I feel like, oh man, I am pathetic. So I'll wait. I'll wait because where we are, we're late on the clock.
I don't want to wait to hear how you're pathetic. I want to know now.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, stop paying someone else's mortgage. If you're renting that house, get out of there. Start paying your own mortgage. Call the One Mortgage team. Get pre-qualified for a mortgage. It's free, by the way. It's time for you to buy that house. What we're looking at right now is a buyer's market in the Valley. There are a ton of homes available. Ton. Almost 20,000 homes vacant in the Valley. Why wouldn't you want to buy one right now? Let's talk about the homes that are the homeowners who are trying to sell their house. They've lowered the prices for you. They've lowered the prices for you. This is about the best time to buy a house that I've seen in many years. I want you to call the One Mortgage team. They will get you pre-approved for a mortgage. What they'll always say is don't wait to purchase a place. The longer you wait, the longer, you wait to start building equity. What you want to do right now is get in that house. The mortgage rates will end up going down, and they can refi you later. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Summer days just got even brighter with Kohl's epic deals. Get this. You can score tees for just $5.99. Bedding for 60% off. Comfy shorts only $7.99. And so much more. You do not want to miss out. Shop Kohl's epic deals for savings on all things summer now, before it's too late. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends June 22nd. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Homeowners, the last time you needed a plumber or AC tech, did you feel like you were held hostage? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At PlumSmart, when you need our service, we send a servant. And the best way to serve you is what we charge. Our cost is 30 to 50% less. Whether replacing a hose bib or a new Trane air conditioner, discover PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air at about half the price because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. It's just PlumSmart.com.
Summers are brutal in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint year after year, then do what Deanna did. She called Rhino Shield.
I was noticing some cracks in the stucco and the paint's faded. I was like, okay, I think I should get the house painted. So my neighbor had a Rhino Shield placard in the yard, and after they were finished, I was just, wow. With the warranty and everything, it just seemed silly not to go that route.
The ceramic coating of Rhino Shield is specifically formulated for our climate.
So the Rhino Shield crew came out. Nothing was damaged in the process. I was very happy. They just didn't leave a mess. You couldn't even tell they were there. And the house looked so different. It just looked like a new home.
Better than paint, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty, and now get the protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Rhino Shield, I think it increases the value and the curb appeal of your home. Definitely worth it.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the D-backs patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Nearly half of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives. However, 50% of cancer cases and 50% of cancer deaths are preventable. The earlier you detect it, the better chance to take action and do something about it. At Lifeguard, they detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
KTAR News now.
It is 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Today, the Phoenix City Council is considering a citizen petition that aims to protect locals from immigration enforcement and more.
That petition from local advocacy group Poder in Action and calls on the Phoenix Police Department to not enforce criminal penalties for nonviolent offenses, reduce its number of traffic stops, and more. It also states the city should not use its general funds for immigration enforcement. Here's 20-year Army veteran Chris Hill outside City Hall today talking about why he supports that petition.
People have rights, and those rights, those constitutional rights that we fought and served for,
are being usurped as people have disappeared off the streets.
An agenda for this meeting today shows city staff recommends the council deny the citizen petition, referring to it as, quote, improper. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Arizona Department of Economic Security announced on Tuesday that it's laying off about 5% of its workforce, impacting nearly 400 employees due to federal funding cuts for unemployment insurance. Director Michael Weishart called the cuts necessary amid a complex financial landscape, but stressed the agency's commitment to essential services like childcare and employment support. Workers have been notified their last day is July 4th. If you think you could never fall for a scam, think again. Retired IRS Special Agent Brian Watson works to protect elderly adults from fraudsters, and he says even smart people can make mistakes.
I've personally talked to someone here in Arizona who lost $700,000. She met someone online. She thought they were boyfriend, girlfriend, spent a lot of time interacting online. He introduced the idea of investing in cryptocurrency, and she fell for it.
Many scammers will try to make the request sound urgent. Watson suggests slowing down and asking a friend before you do anything you might later regret. This weekend marks the 50th anniversary of the release of Jaws, considered to be Hollywood's first summer blockbuster movie. Massachusetts Division of Marine Fisheries shark biologist Greg Skomal tells ABC public attitudes toward sharks have softened in the decades since the movie struck fear into the hearts of beachgoers. His advice to avoid a shark bite? Stay away from their food.
White sharks feed on natural prey. Most of the time it includes a variety of fish species as well as seals, and they love to scavenge whales. Humans are not on the menu.
Let's check on traffic and see how it looks this afternoon. Heather Larson is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, it's slow on the 51 northbound from Bell to Union Hills, and Mesa, a wreck on Signal Butte in the 60. Also a crash on the left shoulder of the 60 eastbound near Alma School Road. In Phoenix, another crash blocking the right lane on I-17 northbound near the 10 westbound. And finally, in Goodyear, a car fire reported on eastbound I-10 and Bullard Avenue. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
84 tonight, hottest day of the year, probably coming our way tomorrow at 116. Right now, I'm checking the temperature in Glendale. We're at 113. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I have the day off tomorrow, but the Mike Broomhead Show goes on with the best of amazing Arizonans, starting at 8:15.
All right, Bruce, I've got some numbers. Oh, I love it when you have numbers. We're outspoken against hunger. We partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank. They provide more than 250,000 meals a day, every day, to Arizonans. And we've asked you this hour, we need 10 people to text the word food to 620-620. We're asking for $100 each. If we can do that this hour, 10,000 meals will head over to St. Mary's.
Yeah.
Text the word food to 620-620. I think we might give some people a reason to give right now.
There you go. You know, we've learned through this, not just this last couple of weeks, but through the years we've been working with St. Mary's Food Bank, that they have a variety of different initiatives, and they can touch the community in a variety of different ways.
Yeah.
Okay? Joining us in studio right now is one of those amazing ways. Taylor Hoffler is with us, the director of the Kids Cafe. First up, thank you for being here, Taylor.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. What is the Kids Cafe? Tell me.
The Kids Cafe is where kids can come in the morning and have breakfast with us, and in the afternoon and get a hot meal.
Wow. How many kids you got coming in?
We're averaging about 40 to 50 kids a day.
All right. I'm hearing about 6 specific kids I'm supposed to ask you about.
Yes, they're my babies.
Okay, tell me the story. Tell me the story.
This is just an amazing family. They came from a shelter.
Okay.
And they came empty. Empty hearts, empty tummies, just rock bottom, and needed some love. And I knock on their door and tell them, hey, come eat breakfast with me. And at first they were kind of skeptical. And now I can't get them out of my office to be true.
But I can understand them maybe being standoffish at first. They don't know who to trust
they have
at that point, right?
Yeah, for sure. And now they eat breakfast every morning. They have a hot lunch every day.
Yeah.
and they are just filled with love and joy, and now they get all their friends to come eat, and it's honestly just building the community, and it's awesome.
Well, it sounds to me like it's more than just food. Yeah. Like what do I want to say? Food was the hook. Get them through the door.
Yes, for sure.
It sounds like you're maybe showing them and teaching them and showing them so much more than just we can fill your tummy.
Yeah, I think truly it's building a sense of stability. It's building a sense of trust, community. They can come ask for help, not just for food, which again is the root of it.
Sure.
But they ask for anything. If they need school supplies, if they need help with their homework, if they need a friend to talk to, it's a safe spot that these children have.
So everybody who's listening right now can text the word food to 620-620. And we're going to provide, meals through your donations to St. Mary's Food Bank. So, Taylor, for those listening and they're on the fence about giving, they want to hear a little bit more. Mm-hmm. What's your pitch? Why should they give to St. Mary's?
I mean, I truly feel that nobody should have any worry about food.
Yeah.
Like there's so many things to worry about in life, and as a child, food should not be one of them. And if $1, $10,000, whatever that looks like, that goes so far. And we just ask that you really take that into consideration, that food should not be a stipulation to move forward, or should not be a barrier to have in a child's life.
It brings you joy to feed these children.
They're so happy. And they sit next to their friends. Like at the Reserve at Thunderbird, we have tables, and they literally sit next to their friends and eat and talk about the day or what they're going to do, or they're what's happening. And it's just so cute to see, and it's needed.
It's life-changing.
Taylor, I'm going to assume you're going to help me understand. Okay. If we're talking about kids who are either have been homeless, maybe don't have the family structure we all like to wish people have, are hungry already, they could kind of go one of two ways. You know what I'm saying? Like this could, they're going to make some choices at some point of where they're going to go. Talk to me about how just the simple act of providing a meal, getting them to sit down, like you said, with their friends. Are you seeing a difference? You think we're helping them?
100%. And I say that because, again, let's use this family, right? They weren't asking for help. They were sitting inside their house. They didn't know where to go, who to ask for, who to reach out to. And if food can be that conversation starter, then so be it. And now I can help the mom, and now I can help them. And that's for any child, right? That's
what does Mom say?
Mom loves me, and I love Mom, and Mom's a good person, right? Like we all have things going on in
challenges.
Life. Yeah. And if somebody can be that helping hand to reach out and say thank you, or be like, I need this, and not be embarrassed or feel shameful of it, then I'm glad that we can be that with St. Mary's.
Well, pride is a big part of it. I got to believe for a lot. You can still have your pride. No matter how bad things have gotten, you still have a sense of pride to yourself, right?
Yeah.
620 is the number. All you have to do is text the word food. What we do is we bounce you back a link, and you choose. It's whatever in your heart, whatever you can afford to spare. And I think one of the greatest selling points for donating to St. Mary's Food Bank is they stretch those dollars.
Yeah. And if we can get, in addition to what Bruce just asked, 10 people to text the word food to 620-620, give $100, we could raise $1,000 this hour, and that's 10,000 meals because of the Axon match.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and then Taylor will have a lot more food to feed those children, and it'll make me happy.
Even more kids coming in.
That would be awesome.
Changing more lives. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Seriously.
Awesome.
Well, again, it's more than a meal. It's much more than a meal. It's you're doing a lot more for those kids, and I can't wait to hear more about it. Again, Taylor Hoffler, director of the Kids Cafe. It's over at the Reserve at Thunderbird, where she is feeding kids out there.
All right, text the word food to 620-620. Let's see if we can get 10,000 meals this hour.
Please.
20 minutes, War Room. Up next. She might be the most entitled passenger an airline has ever seen.
That's saying a lot.
And we have audio to prove it. It's next.
Hey, I want to talk to you about a life changer loan. And, when you talk about it in the abstract, it's difficult to figure out. Let me give you some real numbers here. I want to talk to you about Keith. Keith listens, by the way, thank you. He's in the pool business. His wife stays at home, got a bunch of little kids running around there. Now, far from wealthy, but they have been responsible with their money. They owe just over $500,000 on their home. They're at a 30-year fixed mortgage, 6.5%, and they still got 28 years left to pay on that. Let's run it through the Life Changer loan and find out what it's going to happen. All right, boom. They're going to pay off their home in 8 years and save themselves $490,000 in interest compared to a traditional 30-year mortgage. Those are real results, real numbers from a real family right here in the Valley. Find out for yourself at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic, it's just math.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their students and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough therapy care. Experience the Midwestern difference for your family's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and clinical psychology services. In Glendale, just off the 101 on 59th Avenue. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A sixth day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran today as Democrats express their concern about any American intervention. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal is on the Armed Services Committee and spoke to reporters this afternoon on Capitol Hill.
One point that deeply troubles me is that I have no sense, no confidence that we have adequately prepared U.S. personnel in the region, both civilian and military, for the ramifications of a strike.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And with a check of the roads for us now, here's Heather Larson live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We've got a disabled vehicle. It's on the right shoulder of the 17 northbound on the Black Canyon Highway. Now, here's the thing that is causing quite a backup right now, and that starts at the stack and heads all the way up to Glendale. Also going on the Valley Freeways on the west side, we've got a wreck on the right shoulder of I-10 at Litchfield Road. It's slow, 51 northbound from Bell to Union Hills. And in Goodyear, there's a car fire reported at eastbound I-10 and Bullard Avenue, and a wreck clearing at 83rd and Thomas. Traffic brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Mike Berman. How does someone go from getting zero after they've been hurt in an accident to recovering $10 million? They hire Sweet James accident attorneys. That's what an accident victim did after they were hit by a semi-truck and seriously injured. You think the insurance company will be on your side in a situation like that? But their goal is to pay as little as possible. They can't guarantee the outcome, but if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone and hire a world-class firm like Sweet James. Don't pay until they win. Call 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Joe Huizenga. Is it a good solution to our doctor shortage to let people become doctors quicker? That's tomorrow at 2 on the next Chris and Joe show.
All right. Hey, coming up in just a few minutes, Gatos, it's the War Room. A political symposium, if you will.
I'm familiar with it.
You've heard about it. We are 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away maybe from it. And we put together a group of people, and we're going to be talking about the political hot buttons of the day. Yes, we will be talking about Israel, Iran.
You have to.
Yes, we'll be talking about deportations, right?
Yeah. I mean, Israel and Iran.
Seems to be dominating the news.
Doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, if you're into politics, if you're not. People are watching this, and they're waiting to see.
Well, and there's a lot of political implications. Yeah. All right. So that's coming up inside the War Room. So having a meltdown on an airplane is not new, but some people take it to the next level. Here's what I don't understand, and I mean this in all honesty.
Yes.
The people who have meltdowns on airplanes, do they not know how it ends? It's kind of like car chases. Have you ever seen anybody get away? Like you're going to get dragged off the plane.
Yes. I think that they know they're going to get dragged off, but they're so inebriated that they can't help it. The one thing, and we're going to play some of this audio because this 32-year-old female passenger, this is a doozy. I still don't think that people, when they act like this, think they're going to go viral.
Really?
Because not everything goes viral.
Everything gets recorded.
Everything gets recorded.
Yeah.
Okay. So
let's go.
Yeah,
we got a flight from New York LaGuardia to Kansas City.
It'll be a long flight with this.
Not in Kansas, by the way, Kansas City, Missouri. And it's Southwest.
Yeah. So this lady is having a drunk meltdown. She says she was forced to sit next to, as she calls it, a blanking fat lady.
Ouch.
On a cross-country flight.
Halfway across the country.
Stay there.
Don't touch her.
No.
Don't touch her.
No, this is where her is.
Do not touch her.
Look at her.
Shut Be perfect. Stop.
Step back.
Here's the interesting thing.
But it's bedlam.
Yeah. This woman who's out of control. Is grabbing and pulling the other passenger's hair.
She has a hold of her hair while this is all going on.
And so you have the flight attendants who are trying to calm the situation. I think the security came on the plane at one point. You're trying to get this lady to unhook.
Let go.
The only way, here's the thing. There's only one way to get someone to unhook your grubby little hands from somebody's hair. There's only one way.
Tell me.
You either got to bite them.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you.
Well, I wasn't expecting that.
That is not what I thought was coming up next. I didn't know there was like a rule.
You either got to bite them, or you got to pull their hair back.
Pull their hair.
If you pull their hair, they'll let go.
They'll let go.
Oh, they'll let go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was
not
a
from
thing.
experience, but
no, okay. I just thought maybe this is the 2 times it's happened to me. 1 time bite, 1 time pull hair. We're good.
Let go.
Let go.
Let go for him. You cannot do that. Let go, man. Let go.
If I'm the lady and I'm getting my hair pulled, as soon as she lets go, I mean, I might sink my teeth into her neck.
Wow.
I'm not, Andre. I'm not even touching your hair.
By the way, while she has a handful of her hair.
Yes.
You need to let go right now. Those 911.
You need to let go. You need to let go. You need to let go. Then she starts talking about black people somewhere in this whole thing.
Oh, my goodness.
That never goes well.
We already passed the point of that over here. Let go for hair, miss. All right. Look at this fat lady. Look at this.
She
can't even
spat on her?
So mean, yes.
She spat on her? She kicked her?
Look, you can't even see her stomach.
Oh.
It's horrible. Look at her outfit. Look at
Outfit?
Hilarious. You can't even show your mouth because you're embarrassed. You can't even see it because you're embarrassed. Shut the
Oh, ow.
Somebody tase her.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
You need a good
He's never
tasing,
gonna lay it
lady.
again.
Unreal.
My boyfriend.
There's a
That's
lot.
what I thought you were going to
Full-blown
say.
meltdown on the airport.
I thought he was going to say you have to tase them, not
Yeah.
bite or pull their hair back. But why would she? I mean,
And by the way, there's multiple people recording this.
Right.
The entire time.
right.
Then she starts talking about the black guy.
Oh, yeah. There was a black guy was trying to help.
Sorry, black guy. My boyfriend's black.
Her boyfriend's black, so it's okay.
So she can say that.
My boyfriend's black guy. My boyfriend's a black. My boyfriend's black. My
Okay, all right, yeah, you got
Oh,
that.
my
Your boyfriend is black.
Wow.
But you don't like the black guy that's trying to get you to stop pulling the hair of some poor woman who's on the plane. Whew.
Unreal.
So is she being like charged with assault? Or
Oh
something?
my God! I
Absolutely.
can't imagine everything she's being charged with.
Yeah, she's never going to get back on a plane.
She was taken to a hospital first for evaluation.
I was going to say she sounded.
She is in the
insane.
custody of the New York City Department
Assault?
of Corrections. Ag assault right now is the big charge.
Spitting in her face.
Yeah. That's assault.
Kicking people.
That's assault.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was completely unhinged.
Yeah, I don't know what
Yeah.
you do in those situations. You know, I mean.
I told you what you have to do.
Oh, excuse me. Well, now I'm flying this weekend, so I'll learn. Okay, number 1, bite them.
Yep.
Number 2, pull their hair.
Bruce, we need 10 people to text the word food to 620-620. If 10 people,
please,
can give to St. Mary's Food Bank $100 each, we will raise $1,000 this hour. That will equal 10,000 meals.
That's crazy.
Just do it. Text the word
Please.
620-620.
We have a check of the headlines on the way, and right on the other side, the War Room, a political symposium. And we're going to start things off. Should the United States get involved in the Israel-Iran war? And is President Trump getting played by Bibi Netanyahu? The War Room, coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Connecticut sells the most efficient water softener in the world. Connecticut products made in America. People all over the world have Connecticut systems. I have the K5 drinking system. Bought it almost 20 years ago. Now, why did I buy it? It's top of the line. It's certified to remove more contaminants than any other system, including 99.99% of viruses and forever chemicals. They're independently certified, and there is no whole house system on the market that is certified to remove 99.99% of forever chemicals. So I want you to call Connecticut. Clean water in your house. Is anything more important? 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. You call Connecticut. You tell them Gato sent you. They're family owned and operated since 1987. You can check them out for more info, aquazona.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cash back you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield. Give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodisio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News that President Trump told top advisors in a Situation Room meeting that he approves of attack plans for Iran, but says he's waiting to see if Iran would be willing to talk about ending its nuclear program. He has not made any final decisions on U.S. involvement, according to sources. Here's ABC's Selena Wang from the White House.
This is a critical question as the president has been facing pressure from Israel's Netanyahu to help Israel to end Iran's nuclear program militarily. But on the other hand, the president also wanting to end this diplomatically. He had said for days that he was holding out hope that this could be resolved peacefully. These next few days are going to be absolutely critical to see if a diplomatic resolution is still feasible.
O'Brien? Yes. Gallego?
Yes.
Passes 8-1.
The Phoenix City Council passed a $7.8 billion budget today for next fiscal year, with only one member opposing. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live from the News Center with the numbers.
City Council member Anna Hernandez said during the meeting she can't support the budget because it doesn't invest enough in marginalized communities, while Mayor Kate Gallego pointed out how much the city spends on human services.
It is worth noting the state is working on their own budget, and I would ask everyone to look at how much the city spends on issues such as fighting homelessness compared to the entire state of Arizona.
Over $100 million is earmarked in the city budget for homelessness, while the proposed state budget includes $18 million. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Also today, the Phoenix City Council is considering a citizen petition that calls on Phoenix police to scale back criminal penalties and not use city funds for federal immigration enforcement. That petition comes from local group Put Air in Action. Phoenix City staff have recommended denying the petition, but that will be decided later today. A disease that was all but eradicated in the U.S. now is rearing its head once again. Measles cases now are in 34 states, and that includes Arizona.
Measles typically starts like a run-of-the-mill cold with a fever, runny nose, and fatigue, but it's often followed by a rash that begins on the face and spreads. Infectious disease specialist Omar Gonzalez with Dignity Health says the virus can be especially dangerous for children and older adults.
Measles can cause pneumonia, can cause neurological manifestations. People can have a lot of shortness of breath, massive diarrhea as well. So it's not just limited to the skin. It can cause systemic infections.
Gonzalez urges people to get vaccinated, saying 90% of unvaccinated people who are exposed to measles will get sick. If you think you might have it, stay home and call your doctor. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
There is new concern about inflation in Washington. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell today leaving interest rates right where they are.
Powell concerned about inflation from, among other things, the crisis with Iran and the full effects of Trump's tariffs.
Ultimately, the cost of the tariff has to be paid.
But President Trump at a flagpole raising event at the White House expressing disapproval with no interest rate cut.
They call him too late, pal, because he's always too late.
And Americans feeling pressure at the pump. Gas prices already climbing in 49 states this week, according to Gas Buddy.
That's ABC's Zoreen Shaw in Los Angeles. Let's see how the roads look for you this afternoon. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. A wreck just reported in Phoenix at Osborne and 7th Avenue. And also in Phoenix this time, the 202 South Mountain Freeway. This is in the northbound lanes at Buckeye Road. There's a wreck there. And on the west side, on the right shoulder of I-10 at Litchfield Road, there's still a bunch of cars there. They're working to clear that wreck from earlier. But just use some caution or move to the left if you got to get through that area right now. Traffic brought to you by Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
We're expecting the hottest day of the year so far tomorrow, so get ready. Overnight, 84. Tomorrow, 116 and 112 on Friday. By Saturday, we're going to be back down to around 108. That might feel really nice. Right now in Queen Creek, it's 112. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room. A political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
Welcome to a Wednesday edition of the War Room as it airs Wednesday, 5:05. And you can watch this live on the KTAR YouTube channel. We've got a great panel. We've got a lot of things to go to. Some of the most hectic times that we've seen in quite a long time. Our panel, we've got the Arizona GOP chairwoman, Gina Swoboda, joining us. Gina, how are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you for having me back.
All right. We've got KTAR legal analyst, Barry Markson. Good to see you, Barry.
Good to see you, boys.
We got the founder and CEO of Mountainside Fitness, Tom Hatton. Tom, good to have you on the War Room, your first War Room.
Welcome. That's right. I'm a freshman again.
All right. And he says he listens to the War Room.
Oh, poor guy.
I didn't ask him if he liked the War Room.
No, don't ask that question.
Said he listens.
Listen, liking and agreeing are not the price of entry.
Correct.
How's that? All right.
Just listening.
Yeah.
So let's get to the biggest story on the planet.
Oh, yeah.
We've got Iran. We've got Israel. It's 6 days in. I don't know what an off-ramp looks like. We've got Donald Trump looking like he's got to make a decision here. Does he want to get involved? How much do we get involved? Why don't we just start with should the United States get involved one way or another in this war between Israel and Iran? Let's start with Barry Markson.
Well, look, I don't think we should get into a war with Iran, but I think we should use the bunker-busting bomb and blow up their nuclear
Then you're involved. Then we're in it.
Okay,
that's bombing another country.
That's what I think.
I think that's called war.
So you're a yes. We should get involved.
I'm absolutely yes. If you can keep Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, I think you take that opportunity now before you lose it. And I'll just ask it this way: if we could have kept Kim Jong-un in North Korea from getting the bomb. Looking back now that he has a nuclear weapon and he's developing ballistic missiles that can reach the United States, do we wish we would have stopped him before it happened? Because you can't stop him after the fact. So do you think we should have done it then? And that's what we're looking at now. We have a chance. And these are murderous people. These are terrorists. They support people around the world. To let them have a nuclear weapon is not good. It's not good for Israel, obviously, but it's not good for anybody, and it's definitely not good for the United
Let's go to Gina. I mean, Republicans, you've got MAGA folks that are like, I don't want anything to do with this. What is Trump even thinking?
They're certainly split, I think is a nice way to put it.
Right. And yes, so Donald J. Trump's been clear for 20 years in his private life, in his public life, in his past presidency, in this presidency, that his line is Iran will not be allowed to have a nuclear bomb. Yeah. So regardless of what the non-proliferation treaty said and how they claim they're using the enrichment facilities, we're at the point now where he believes the intel he's being given that they were ready to go, and he's made the stated position that that's the line, and they didn't come to the table. And you saw him outside the White House with the beautiful flagpole this morning saying, and they said, well, what would you say to the Ayatollah if he doesn't want to come to the table? And he said, good luck. So to me, that means yes. To Barry's point, if we need to help with the bunker-busting bomb at that's heavy enough to get down to those buried facilities, that we're going to do it. But there's no doubt that a big part of the base doesn't want what they're calling regime change. So I would clarify that and say, we don't want to unseat someone specifically to put someone we think is better. If we blow up your nuclear program and then walk away, and then the question is, can you withstand the political pressure to stay there, put boots on the ground, and rebuild? And that is a deal breaker for a large part of the base.
Tom Hatton, you got a great American flag on your hat.
With golf clubs.
There you go. Hey, that's true. What are you making of this whole thing?
Well, I think United States is already involved. There's a difference between being involved on the front of the house or the back of the house.
Okay.
And the difference is this conversation is taken to the front of the house with bunker busting bombs and so forth. But I think all of this has been involvement in the United States. I think it's naive to think that it's not. How we navigate the decisions that the current regime of Iran is navigating themselves is what we're at right now. Giving them the opportunity to walk away in some way or fashion is what we've tried to do as a collective. And I mean Israel and the United States.
The negotiations.
That's right. And those are done so much behind the scenes. And now it just has to get out in front to initiate the actual end result, which is probably a regime change and allow the Iranian people to move forward in a different manner.
Can I ask the group, how well has regime change gone in the Middle East? I don't know. Just let's go with the last 20 years. How's that turned out?
It's fantastic.
It's done swimmingly, right?
We have
it's
the
been an
beachfront property
disaster,
on the strip.
You know?
So that's absolutely true. However, when President Obama was in and the Iranian people kind of rose up and wanted to have regime change, remember Neda, the beautiful young girl, Neda?
Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten about
killed.
that. But yeah.
I mean, there was an opportunity and we didn't, engage. If these people don't like their leadership, when our position is we can't let you have nukes because you're going to destroy the world, right?
Right.
If those people want to overthrow their leadership and put new leadership in, that's that. We have to be, I think, mindful to your point of what has gone on when we have tried to put our idea of what a government should be for people and cultures and faiths that are completely different than
well, I think we're talking two different things.
I would agree. Yeah.
There's one thing to say, we're going to make sure you don't have a nuclear weapon and we're going to destroy your capability to do that.
Right.
And compared to we're going to go in and make you the next Iraq.
Right.
If the people of Iran want to have a regime change, go for it.
But I have not gotten a sense, and I admit I don't think there's a lot of internal polling in Iran of is there a rebellion movement? Is there a separatist? Is there a group that will rise up? Is there non-secular? Or, hey, we killed Ayatollah Khamenei. Great. The next guy up is a little bit crazier. Just slightly crazier than him.
Right.
Like, what is the assumption that the next thing's going to be better?
I don't know that it'll be better, but I don't care if we get rid of the nuclear capability. And I have to tell you, the other part of this is Israel's done a nice job. What are they going to do? They're going to send some missiles at some of our bases overseas, and that's the part that worries me right now.
Sure.
Is Trump, I feel like Trump thinks he's on The Apprentice again. He's standing out there saying, I don't know what I'm going to do. I change my mind all the time. I make the decision at the last second. I mean, it's like, what is this? Are we on television right now? Just what scares me is, are we preparing the troops in that area for what could happen after?
Well, we evacuated like diplomatic staff from some of these areas that are within their range of their missiles, I believe.
Right, the embassy staff is gone. The military families were evacuated. We've pre-positioned assets that are now in harm's way. I think, Barry, is your point. I believe that when the president is, obfuscating and literally saying, you don't know what I'm going to do. We don't know what I'm going to do. That's because he doesn't want to send a signal of what he's going to do.
Do we think he knows what?
Absolutely.
I do. I think he's made the decision, and he's hoping the Iranians will come to the table. I really don't think he wants to have to drop that bomb.
Tom, you already think he's made his decision. He knows what he's going to do. Why do you think that?
Absolutely. It's like chess moves. If you're going to do X, I'm going to do Y. I'm going to move over here because you moved over here, but I'm going to let you make that decision first. But I've got 3 measures behind what you might do ready. Okay. I'm not going to say that out loud in front. We just talked about in front of the house and in the back of the house. Right. I can't do that.
But I don't think we've gamed out what Iranians do and how things will change there either.
If things change on a daily basis, he's got to possibly change his mind maybe on a daily basis. But like for the people that voted for Donald Trump, by the way, we're in the war room. We've got Gina Swoboda, we've got Barry Markson, Tom Hatton. When people voted for Trump, it was keep us out of a war. And what I'm hearing from
Middle Eastern wars specifically,
some of our panel is, hey, let's drop that bomb in the mountain areas and take out the nuclear capabilities.
Maybe.
That means we're in a war.
Yeah. If I thought Trump
and that goes against everything Donald Trump has said for 20 years.
If I thought Trump knew how to play chess, I'd agree with Tom. But I'm not sure about that. Look at Gina. She can keep a straight face when I say my good material. I guess that's impressive.
It's solid.
But that's the problem right now is I don't know how much. And what I'm hoping is he's decided what he's going to do, and he's letting the military people figure out how to get ready for that.
How about do nothing?
No.
How about do nothing?
No.
Why
Not
can't
an
we
option
do nothing?
based on what the intel community is saying for reports that we haven't seen. And there are people in the base that have said, well, we've been hearing this from Israel for
20 plus years. Benjamin Netanyahu has said Israel is days away from Iran is days away from a nuclear bomb.
It's more now. It's not. It's the UN, which is no friend of Israel, and the nuclear commission there that came out just a few days ago and said Iran is a few days away from building the nuclear weapon.
So he was only lying all the other times.
Well, look, Israel and the United States have also taken a lot of steps over the years to thwart that plan, whether it be they've had people inside, they've done computer stuff. There's been a lot of stuff.
Stuxnet attack.
Things have gotten close, and they've done things to make it push out.
Can I throw this out there? We keep talking about this bunker buster bomb like it's a magic wand. What if it doesn't work?
Yeah.
What if it doesn't get there? How about this? I heard a nuclear expert, guy talking about the centrifuges and enriching uranium and go, set them back a couple of years. If you blew that up, he goes, maybe a couple of years. He goes, but going away? No, they're not going to stop.
Well, if they want to do it, if they want to do it, they'll start building it again. I mean, that's so.
Or they'll just go to North Korea and buy it, or go to China and buy it.
That becomes an oversight thing, right? After this, because one thing led to another, and so forth, and how we're looking at everything. So we'll worry about tomorrow. We talk about getting into wars. How about stopping bigger conflicts, bigger issues that a nuclear Iran would create? Sometimes you got to do the hard things quick to save the big things later.
Putin said something today that I thought was interesting. They haven't asked us for military help yet.
Iran?
Yeah. He's asked.
They don't want to hear a no.
That's Putin's. Well, that's Putin's way of saying we're not going to help them, but I'm going to say they haven't asked because
Trump talked to it, right? He said I had a call with Putin.
They're on an
island. But if you want to game it out, I'm sorry, Gatos. It's as Tom said earlier, and he's right. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, what happens after that? Just in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia is going to insist on having one, and now we're going to have to help Saudi Arabia.
Israel has one.
Mohammed bin Salman already said
I'm not
he
worried
will
about
get one.
Pakistan has them. India has them.
So you think everybody should get one?
I'm just saying it seems like the cat's out of the bag.
It's like Oprah. You get a nuclear reactor. You get a nuclear reactor.
Iran, of all people, to get one? The answer is no.
No.
But how do you go about stopping them? And how
I don't
do you
think
go,
they're as crazy as
How do
I
you
think
go
they are.
Bunker buster bomb.
You don't think Iran is crazy?
I don't
as
think they want to die. No, I don't think they want to start a nuclear
They're
war.
crazy.
In that,
who's
the they?
The leadership will say what I think they could have done it by then.
government
Yeah.
that thinks that they're going to go to heaven if they die fighting.
Not only that, they get
I don't want to
63.
bet on it.
They get 63 versions if they go to.
Checking the headlines are on the way. We're inside the war room. And coming up next, Trump has reversed his reversal on immigration and ICE raids. We'll talk about the impact it's having. Coming up next, inside the war room right here on KTAR.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:17, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. This is not a joke. Are lawmakers across the country being threatened by pizza?
In a statement to ABC News, Capitol Police called the unsolicited pizza deliveries troubling, a sign of the current heightened threat landscape. The pizzas have been anonymously sent to the homes of lawmakers, both Republicans and Democrats in the House, as well as the current and former leadership of the U.S. Capitol Police. In the wake of the Minnesota state lawmaker shootings, the pizza deliveries are now being viewed as a more alarming tacit threat that the anonymous sender knows where an official lives.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on traffic right now and get you home. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We'll start in Peoria, where there's a wreck at 91st Avenue and Bell Road. In Glendale, one at 67th Avenue and Bell Road. In Phoenix, you got a crash at 45th Avenue and Thomas, also 7th Avenue and Osborne. And on the freeways, we're looking at I-17 northbound, where there is a wreck at a Dunlap. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try the burrito bowl today. Or burrito box today, rather. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
Oh, and we're joined by Arizona GOP Chairwoman Gina Swoboda. I'm glad you came back, quite honestly. I mean, it wasn't a given that you would show back up with us.
I thought it was a given.
KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. On the other side, can't get rid of him. He's coming whether we want to or not, right? And we're lucky to have him. And new to the War Room, the founder and CEO of Mountainside Fitness right here in the Valley, Tom Hatton. Tom, great to have you inside the War Room. Thank you. All right, so Gatos. You might call it a 180 on the 180, which I think is a 360. I'm not 100% sure. Math is not my strong point, and geometry really wasn't. Or a reversal of the reversal. A week ago, well, not even a week ago, last Friday, Trump said he was going to pause immigration raids in the agriculture and hospitality.
I think it started in L.A., and you had ICE going after people at Home Depot. And then later on that week, you had Trump say this.
If you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, great. And we're going to have to do something about that.
So leave the hospitality workers alone. Leave the farmers who are in the fields alone. There was a video of ICE chasing some of them down and arresting them.
You were excited about this.
This is where I think Trump really wants to go. But now he did another 180, and he's back to let's round everybody up. Yeah. I don't understand it. Where does he stand on this? He stands over here, then he changes, and then he changes again, and then I'm looking and, all right, so are we back to let's round everybody up?
Yes.
Start with Barry.
Yeah, that's exactly where we are. And it's, again, this is the stuff that makes me crazy about Trump, that it's literally who did he talk to last?
Yeah.
What's the latest hair he's got on his brain? And there's not analysis. There's nobody talking. Their whole thing is, Stephen Miller says, I want us to round up 3,000 a day.
Period.
Doesn't
Have
matter.
a quota.
Doesn't matter, right. And then the guys think they have to go out and go to Home Depot and 7-Elevens to find people.
Low-hanging fruit.
Because Stephen Miller says to do that. Not because that's a great law enforcement strategy, not because that's the right thing to do.
Not because it makes us safer.
I mean, I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. Somebody lives here in the Phoenix area, has a green card, and is trying to become a citizen, is on track, been here for a long time, has a job, nobody's nothing bad here, and has to go to court. This person has to go to court coming up for their citizenship part. And they asked me,
got to be terrified.
Do you think I need to bring a lawyer with me?
Yes.
Because they're afraid that ICE is going to come and get him. Now, he's here legally. There's nothing illegal about him being here, but he's terrified of that. That's ridiculous. You have people who are here legally. ICE is pulling over people and throwing them up against walls who are American citizens. They're American citizens.
Yeah.
So the only thing that they're seeing, their probable cause is they have dark skin.
But also,
they look a certain way.
They look a certain way. Well, otherwise, why are they doing it?
They're not dragging blonde-haired Canadians
have to
down
have
the street.
Reasonable cause to interact with someone, or they're violating.
I have to tell you, are you bothered by these ICE guys who have masks on, who don't identify themselves, who are just rolling up on someone on the street?
No badges, no identification.
That bothers me.
I don't believe they're cops until they tell me.
ICE has to have protection now because there are elected officials in the state of California doxing them, and their families are getting death threats. So that's number one. And despite what the California legislature does, they cannot change what federal law enforcement wears or doesn't wear. On the Home Depot in L.A., there was a misinterpretation by a California assemblyman because the ICE headquarters was like across the street where they were assembling to go do a bust that was not a raid on day laborers, and that started a big ruckus. On the farm visas, I agree with you, Barry. I have said this before. We need H-1A visas, ag visas. There are a lot of things in process. I believe that the Secretary... Work permits, correct. So I believe that the Secretary of Agriculture probably reported the way Sonny Perdue did in the first term. If you go and start to disrupt operations, that's going to cause a huge spike of inflation. We'll have $30 a gallon milk. So John Kyle, when he was the senator in the Gang of Eight plan, right?
Yeah.
We almost had this done.
Almost.
And I think we can get there.
Oh.
So what it was is you're going to have the list of people that the employer is responsible for, give us the list, do the background check. They're going to have to go touch base in the home country and then come back. But we'll start the process now to do the visas. But the base reacted so badly because they have been betrayed before, to be clear. After the Tea Party, that's how Eric Cantor lost his seat to Dave Bratt in that primary in Virginia, was because they tried to do an amnesty. So the base has every reason to react badly and think, oh, you're going back on everything. But there has to be a middle ground. There has to be.
Let me get Tom in here. You're a business owner right here in the Valley. When you see people, taken out of a restaurant who's a busboy, who doesn't have a record, and and it does happen on occasion, and it has happened. I mean, you're a guy who's got you got 18 of these, 21, something like that. Yeah. What do you make of that?
Well, I think I got to take a step back and say, how did we get here? Okay. And seriously, after the last 4 years or plus of just the migration of illegal immigrants, and I think that's a distinction that we got to keep at the top of mind. Illegal. America wants immigration. We want legal immigration. He had a green card. He was going to court. He had nothing to fear because he was legal. It's about the illegal immigration. Now, there was varying degrees of that. We talked about it in there. And there's news hits, and we all know about that. We hear about the one busboy getting pulled out of the restaurant. Right. That is not good. It's unfortunate. Yeah. What we're not hearing about is the 25 bad illegal criminals that have been taken and made this country unsafe and need to become.
The problem with the numbers is, according to the DOJ, there's less than 1 million illegal criminals in the country. Less than 1 million adjudicated criminals. They're trying to kick out 3,000 people a day. They can't find the bad guys. Right. So they're finding whoever they can.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with you, Tom.
Kick out the bad guys. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks, certainly nobody of consequence, thinks that we shouldn't kick out the bad guys. If you're here illegally and you're a criminal either from here or somewhere else, get out. And no one's going to object to that.
No.
As long as it's done legally. The problem we're having is they're just grabbing people off the street now who are good people. It's interesting to me that there were a lot of Hispanic people who went out publicly in the campaign and said, I'm voting for Trump. And they asked them, well, don't you have family members who are here illegally? Yes, but Trump's not coming after them. They don't do anything wrong. Yeah. And now they're taking those people and deporting them.
Afraid to leave the house.
Show the legal immigrants still support the deportations as we're sitting here.
They do.
So let's see where that goes.
Checking the headlines on the way. Inside the War Room, Gina Swoboda, Barry Markson, Tom Hatton, and right back on the other side, we're going to come back to the big story people are talking about. Does Israel want to only neuter Iran's nuclear program, or do they want to topple the entire regime itself? Coming up next, Inside the War Room on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by Rias Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Electrical.
A lot of reasons to go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're in the summer. Maybe you're going on vacation. You're going to hit the beach. You're going to have a pool party. You want to look your best. You can lose weight with Red Mountain Weight Loss. Brand name medications like Wegovy and Zepbound. These are GLP-1 weight loss medications. You can go with RM3. It'll help you lose 20 pounds a month. And it is a patented medication. It's only available by prescription. You can only get it at Red Mountain Weight Loss. But there are other reasons you can go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone, prescribed by the doctors. More men are suffering from low T than ever before. You got stress and poor diet and lifestyle. It's a concern. Well, testosterone will help you maintain your proper weight, and it'll increase your energy, build some muscle mass. So book your free video consultation with licensed doctors over at Red Mountain today. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. pain.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's been freshly painted, guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. If you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you, then you receive 10% off the regular price. Call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News that President Trump told top advisors in a Situation Room meeting that he approves of attack plans for Iran, but says he's waiting to see if Iran would be willing to talk about ending its nuclear program. He's not made any final decisions on U.S. involvement, according to sources. Here's ABC's Selena Wang at the White House.
We do also know that the president has been presented with a range of options from his national security team, including striking that Iranian nuclear facility with U.S. military assets. It is only the U.S. that has that 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb that has the capability to reach deep into that nuclear facility buried deep underground.
Today, the Phoenix City Council is considering a citizen petition that aims to protect locals from immigration enforcement and more.
That petition from local advocacy group Poder in Action and calls on the Phoenix Police Department to not enforce criminal penalties for nonviolent offenses, reduce its number of traffic stops, and more. It also states the city should not use its general funds for immigration enforcement. Here's 20-year Army veteran Chris Hill outside City Hall today talking about why he supports that petition.
People have rights. And those rights, those constitutional rights that we fought and served for, are being usurped as people have disappeared off the streets.
An agenda for this meeting today shows city staff recommends the council deny the citizen petition, referring to it as, quote, improper. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
If you're looking to add a furry friend to your family, the Diamondbacks have partnered with Arizona Animal Welfare League for a Slide into Love adoption event. Dogs 6 months or older will have no set adoption fees at the shelter's 2 locations in Phoenix and in Chandler. People can pay what they can for a dog through June 22nd. Let's check on the road home now with Heather Larson. She's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Phoenix, you got a crash on I-17 northbound at Dunlap, and Peoria, a crash at 91st Avenue in Bell. That's actually affecting Bell Road eastbound a lot more. And in Glendale, a wreck at 67th Avenue and Bell Road right now. Traffic brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. It's 5 o'clock. Do you know where your parents are? They could be dining and mingling with new friends at Beatitudes Campus. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Tonight, 84 for the low temp. Tomorrow, hottest day of the year, 116 is expected, 111 right now in Phoenix, and an extreme heat warning in effect through Friday night. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, welcome back to the War Room, second half. Let's see, we've got Arizona GOP chairwoman Gina Swoboda here, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, and the founder and CEO of Mountainside Fitness, Tom Hatton. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Watch this on the KTAR YouTube channel. We led the war room with Israel and Iran. We're going to continue with Israel and Iran.
It's a big story, I'm led to believe.
I'm interested in if you think Benjamin Netanyahu is playing Donald Trump. If
I think he's certainly pulling the strings here.
Because Donald Trump has been a guy for his entire life that doesn't want to get into wars, that has run on getting us out of wars. And, I mean, if you
Our
really
stupid leadership that got us into all the wars.
Hang on. If you try and read in to what he's thinking right now, me personally, I think he wants to get involved. And that would go against everything that he has thought over the many years. So Is he being played? Let's start with Tom.
No, I don't think that he's being played. I think there's just leverage points in every relationship that's happening, and certainly in this relationship, which is somewhat reinvigorated through the election and how the world's evolved with Iran. So, and that's just come to where we are at this point, and working some point out front or at back, and what is the end possibilities or really goal and safety in this case for Israel and in the world in some sense.
I'm wondering if this is like an Obama moment where he ran on, I'm closing Gitmo, and he gets in there and he's like, crap,
we're not closing Gitmo.
I can't do it.
Are you crazy?
I got to change my mind.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think
this is a bigger deal. We're going to go to war with Iran than closing Gitmo. I'll grant you.
It's an example.
If he does anything, I think he will drop that BBB bomb.
Yeah.
And I do not believe he will put boots on the ground under any circumstance. And I do think then there's the economic thing to
consider. But we thought he wasn't going to go to war at all in any circumstance.
But you have to be flexible and listen to your IC, like your intel community reports. If you're not willing to do that, then you shouldn't be in the chair.
He already said he doesn't listen to his DNI. What are you talking about? He said, I don't believe her.
The Iranians are sending all their oil to China, right? So we have the Russia-China Iranian kind of proxy thing going on.
Iran's sending drones to Russia to fight in Ukraine, so Russia needs them.
So we're getting hit from all sides as a result of this this Ayatollah. But I do agree that Bibi would like to change the leadership in Iran. They have called and put out PR.
Oh, no, they've actually said this to he spoke directly to the Iranian people and said, this is your time. You know, Gators, I will say, it's Trump, you're correct. Trump has been saying forever he wants no wars and we shouldn't be getting into these wars. He's also said forever Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. And he didn't like the original nuclear deal that Obama did. He ended it last time. So there's two conflicting parts of his history, and I think that's what he's trying to balance here. I don't think Trump wants to put boots on the ground and go to a long war there, but I do think he sees value in making sure Iran does not get a nuclear weapon.
Can I game theory this out then for you? No American boots on the ground. I got it. What if, and I don't know the scenario, I admit this, things start going badly for Israel. Iran marches across the desert, tanks or whatnot. They're starting to get the upper hand. Egypt jumps in. Other.
They're going to happen.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
There's no.
Iran has friends in the area,
but we haven't even begun.
Egypt's not Iran's friend.
Our air assault. Like our air superiority is not even fathomable for what's there.
Militarily, there's not an argument.
Well, when you're talking boots on the ground, you're talking of both, a combo of both. We haven't even gotten to phase one of, step 50 of that to even get to boots in the ground.
Yeah, Israel has completely decimated Iran's defenses. I mean, if you think about where Iran has always fought before, it wasn't around Iran. It was Hezbollah in Lebanon attacking Israel.
Through proxies.
It was Hamas. It was also other stuff. And Israel has really taken most of that out.
They're all weakened.
And now
Houthis, et cetera.
And now taking out almost all of Iran's defenses. I mean, the fact that Israel can just fly jets around Iran and nobody's shooting them down, no one's doing it, that's
deep
amazing. That's amazing.
I mentioned something, and again, we'll see. This has to do with intelligence reports. The intelligence that I was reading says Iran has more missiles left underground in reserve or whatever than Israel has in defensive missiles. The Iron Dome, Arrow, all their different systems. It's possible. I don't know if it's probable. It's greater than 0% that Iran's strategy is eventually they're going to run out of ways to defend Tel Aviv, and we're going to be able to lob missiles into it unrestricted.
I haven't seen that intelligence, Bruce. I don't doubt it, but I will tell you this: if it gets to that point, then Israel's going to start to do other things like Iran's doing. Iran's sending out bombs into civilian areas. They're literally just bombing apartment houses. Israel is, look, there's dead people in Iran, there's no question, but Israel, everything that Israel does is designed to a military purpose, a nuclear purpose. There's a reason they're doing it. Are other people dying? Yes, it's a war, but it's not like Iran's doing it. I hate to see it elevate to where Iranians start to face what Israel's facing now, which is just random threats against their lives. But I don't, I'll tell you an old Jewish thing. You know how Hanukkah, the whole story of Hanukkah is they only had enough oil left to light for one day, and it ended up staying for 8 days. Israel will find a way to defend itself.
Okay, if Israel continues to weaken Iran, it gets more tempting to take out the supreme leader. And that's what I'm wondering if we're going to get to. If we're going to get to the point, because I remember talking to John McCain at one point, and we were just discussing the Gulf War. And I remember him telling me we should have just went in and we should have just taken out Saddam Hussein when we had the chance.
Well, the reports are saying that President Trump put the kibosh on that, right? And
Correct.
said, do not do an assassination.
For now.
And Bruce, to your point, I think they said there were 500,000 army in Iran.
The size of Iran's army, something like that,
right?
standing army, yeah.
And what Barry's saying is, but Israel is controlling the airspace now. So in the event that they ran out of defensive missiles,
Yeah.
And I think also to Barry's point is they're not showing what's under the slip of how much they probably really actually have, and people would come in.
But make more.
But
I just think
don't
everybody's
question-
making the assumptions, and all I'm saying is we've made assumptions about I don't know how they would welcome us as victors in Iraq, as an example,
Afghanistan,
and it just didn't turn out those ways.
But at that point,
I would say, I'm sorry.
No,
I would say I would go back to the original problem. Is this still what we need to do because of the evolving of the situation that's happening?
The threat.
Like,
but
take all the noise out and just go back to the threat and the reality
But
of
it
that.
feels like we're having that WN weapons of mass destruction.
Oh, Saddam Hussein moment.
Yeah, it feels like we're having the WMD conversation again. Well, they have it. Are we sure they have it? Well, it's here. What if it's not in that mountainous area? It's one of those things where I'm just not sure now.
But it's the UN saying it now. It's the body in the UN
Well, look
that's
who
supposed
said
to be. And they've
that
never,
Iraq had all the WMDs when we got there, and they're not a single one.
They've never said that before, though, Gatos.
Right.
They've never said ever before that Iran is violating their agreement, that they have this ready to go. That's the first time, and it's
at
the
a
UN.
certain point, Bibi is going to probably make a move to do the assassination of their leader, regardless of what happens, if indeed they did run out of defensive.
All right, but we're going to leave it at that.
Got it.
War Room coming up next. What do you got?
Did Trump do everything wrong as president following the assassination of a Minnesota lawmaker? We'll discuss that inside the War Room next, right here on Outspoken.
All right. At Aria Dental Implant Center, here's what they believe, right? They believe that everyone deserves a smile that they can be proud of. So if you've had broken teeth or missing teeth, and you've been with this issue, this problem for a long time, you can't eat certain foods. You go out to dinner with your family or friends, and you barely order anything because you just can't chew and digest what everyone else is eating. What happens at Aria is going to change your life. Absolutely going to change your life. Two things about Aria. First, Dr. Joe, 20 years dental implant experience. He is absolutely the man that you need. He's going to sit down with you. He's going to take his time. He's going to answer every single question that you have, and no one is better than he is. The other part is Aria is a local company. Transparent pricing, no hidden fees. I guarantee you, your bill at the end is going to be a lot less than if you go somewhere else. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com. Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Dan Bickley here here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
They should not be receiving Medicaid benefits.
State Senator Janae Shamp is requesting a full audit of Medicaid eligibility, known in Arizona as Access. She claims more than 5,000 enrollees have more than $50,000 in their bank accounts, according to data obtained by LexisNexis. In a statement, the governor's office says it has confidence in Access enforcement of all relevant Medicaid eligibility requirements. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. If you need more news, just go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us now, Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Just a few things going on. In Phoenix, a crash on the city streets at 43rd Avenue and Thomas. And as for Valley freeways, mostly things going on in Phoenix. 16th Street and I-10 eastbound. You got a wreck there. Traffic slow. Also at I-17 northbound at Dunlap right now. But that's it for traffic. The rest of the freeways are looking pretty solid for your drive home. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
You know, talking about money, talking about finances, can bring up anxiety in a lot of people. It can be very difficult. And by the way, you are not alone. When talking about your retirement, though, it's something we need to get you over. You need to get to the point you can have that conversation. Because you know what's worse than not talking about it? Finding out you don't have enough money to retire. Or retiring and realizing you got to go back to work. Yeah. Trajan Wealth can help. Trajan Wealth can sit down with you. It's simple. You make a phone call, 480-990-3300. Listen, the consultation, no obligation, completely free. Sit down and have that conversation. And start planning. Start planning now for the future. There's no better day than today. Don't let your fear or your anxiety stop you from having the type of retirement that you want, that you deserve. Again, give them a ring, 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. And online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. Now, during our summer sale, save up to $1,000. We're paying your sales tax. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Offer ends soon.
Warranty limitations apply.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
That's right. We are inside the weekly War Room. 5 o'clock every Wednesday. I hope you can make it. It's been an amazing one, and we're not done yet. Joined in studio by the founder and CEO of Mountainside Fitness. That's Tom Hatton over there. Handsome dude in the hat, by the way, those of you watching on YouTube. I don't want you to get you confused. Obviously, what an amazing guest Arizona GOP chairwoman Gina Swoboda is, and Barry Markson. Anyway, the point is, I kid because I love... Barry works here. We can talk about him that way.
I can't wait till tomorrow.
Oh, as well you should.
Things I might say.
Things you would do. So, over the weekend, horrible story out of Minnesota. State lawmakers targeted by a madman, I don't know how else you call it, who had a list of apparently 70 people, managed to unfortunately kill the Speaker of the State House and her husband, and then shot another lawmaker and his wife before being caught. roundly criticized, roundly denounced by everybody. But where does this stop? And did Trump do himself any favors by refusing to even reach out and call?
Here's the quote.
Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He anointed this guy to the position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out.
I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. A little hard to hear. I'm just going to repeat a few things.
I'm not calling him. He's a mess.
He's a mess. I might call him. I might not. I thought this was a lack of empathy like we've never seen. I was disgusted. I understand you don't like him. By the way, I think Tim Walz would have been a crappy vice president. But you're the president of the United States, and the utter lack of empathy and the complete disregard for maybe even trying to bring the country together. I thought Trump was awful on this. Awful. Very disappointing.
And,
what do you guys think?
totally expected. But yes, please.
It's you know what surprised me, and I was thinking about this shortly after it happened, that if Trump had, it was such a great opportunity for him. If he had just said, because he's been the victim of political violence. So he knows, and he could have brought that in, and he could have said, "This has to stop.
Been
this
shot
isn't
out
good."
twice.
Exactly, and then go and then say, if I'm him, I would have said, I would have called the governor, I would have called Minnesota and said, I'd like to come and speak with the families if you'll let me. I don't want to offend anybody. I don't want to make a scene, but if you'll let me, I would like to just do that. He could have really done something to bring the country together, to really gather a lot of support behind himself politically. And he just can't. He can't make himself do it.
Can I ask you, any time in his life has you ever seen him do anything like that?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, he has.
No, I haven't.
There was a shooting, and he brought people into the White House.
Yes.
So you're wrong. He did do something like that. Does he do it a lot? No. I mean, he had families who were, I think it was Florida, who was killed, and he brought a lot of them into the White House. I don't know why he couldn't have that moment.
Governor Walz has, of all the elected officials on the Democrat side of the aisle, been the most intemperate in the rhetoric he himself is using in public constantly. He is telling people, you need to fight, you need to get angry, you need to get mad, you need to take it to them. So the governor of Minnesota is raising the temperature and inciting, people to interact in a bad way with federal law enforcement, which is not good for those people. And I think in this case, that is potentially why the president thought that would not be an effective call.
Tom?
I look at it and go, what's the separation between politics and human in that? Because everything, Jeannie, you just said is 100% correct. And certainly raising the temperature. But the victims' families don't care about that. They care about leadership, empathy, support. And I would say you can agree with a lot of the policies, but not the decisions in the moment. And I agree that there could have been more empathy and a call to the governor, no matter what, even with all the things that are known, to show united vision of what's going on.
Well, Tom, when I heard about the shooting, so, they got the headline. It didn't say D or R, and it didn't matter. I was like, it didn't matter to me. I go, somebody's hunting down lawmakers
Elected
in Minnesota.
officials.
Yeah, this is horrible.
That's terrorism to try to change political outcome.
But I'll tell you, and here's the problem with politics right now, and a lot of it's on the right with MAGA and with Trump, is his base doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to hear that. They don't want to hear both sides should reduce the rhetoric and both sides. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear the fighting. They want to hear, even in death, even in something as bad as this, they want to hear an attack on the Democrats. It's sad, frankly, that's where we are.
Biden did not bring the country together. Donald Trump is not bringing the country together. But when you have a moment like this, and this is a national tragedy, can you pull a Reagan for a minute?
Opportunity
lost. Can you do a little bit?
agree.
Can you do that? Is it really that hard? I guess it is. And that's just too bad. That's where we are.
Yeah, that's not going to happen with Trump, ever. It's just not. Now it's not who he is. By the way, before he was the president, people would tell you how charming he was, how he'd have a conversation with you and actually seem focused on you and ask questions. And I don't know that it's odd. He is
very charming.
I wouldn't agree that it's absolute. I think this was a miss, but I don't think it's absolute 100% one way. I think this one was a
sadly,
miss.
I'm worried that we'll have more opportunities to have that kind of a conversation. I'm sadly, I don't know any other way to look at it, right?
Unfortunate.
Like once that line is crossed type
We
thing.
have to listen to each other.
Here. Gina, thank you so much. Gina Svoboda was in the war room today. First timer. Tom Hatton, did you have fun?
I did. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
You will be back, young man. I promise you of that. And Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst and Just all around great guy.
Oh,
you know,
look at that.
awesome to have you with us.
See what $20 does?
Yeah, inside
Goes a
the
long
War
way.
Room every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. We invite you to join us and be a part of it. Coming up next, a quick check of the headlines. And forget streaming. We'll get you in your car and go to a Netflix house. I call it a movie theater. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your house and why you need to get it painted. First of all, exterior of your home. It's not too hot to paint. The Arizona Painting Company, they've been doing this for years. The painters, they don't mind the summer heat. They get there a little bit earlier. They work around the sun. They leave a little bit earlier. Then they come back the next day. I'm getting the inside of my house painted in the next month or so by the Arizona Painting Company. Some of you want to do that too, but you're wondering, well, can they work around the kids? I got the kids home. Of course they can. They're experienced at working while the kids are home. They could work around the clutter. What they do is they paint your house in sections. And so keep the kids at home or, go out for a couple hours, go see a movie. But it is not messy. It's easy. They make it easy. So do what I'm doing. Hire the Arizona Painting Company this summer to paint either the exterior or the interior of your house. Real simple. Text the word paint to 620-620, and I will send you some information about the Arizona Painting Company.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day. But take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit NewVisionAutoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Autoglass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state. So if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Autoglass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our exclusive 3-step protocol has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
With the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol, I dropped nearly 50 pounds. Jamie West here. And by restoring my metabolism, I am keeping that weight off. Schedule your free consultation today. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Primrose Schools, the premier leader in early education and care, with over 530 franchised locations, is set to expand in 2025. With over 40 new locations slated in 2025, the company is growing in key markets, including Detroit, Kansas City, Memphis, and Phoenix. Development efforts are fueled by the rapid demand for high-quality early education and care, and its mission to forge a path that leads to a brighter future for all children. Primrose Schools President Steve Clemente.
We invite entrepreneurs seeking business opportunities that enable them to do well by doing good to join us. Our dedicated franchise owners, committed to service excellence and community impact, are the driving force behind our success.
Visit franchise.primroseschools.com to learn more. Sponsored by Primrose Schools.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News on 92.3 FM. KTAR News now.
Good evening. At 6 o'clock, I'm Becky Lynn. Nearly a week of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran. Sources tell ABC's Martha Raddatz that President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of the U.S. striking Iran's key nuclear facility that's buried 300 feet deep under a mountain.
The Israelis have discovered additional air defenses in Iran. They had thought they had taken them all out, but discovered that there are more, so that adds an element of danger. President Trump has also been briefed on security at U.S. bases in the region, those 40,000 American troops who would be vulnerable if Iran retaliates.
And we've learned today that European diplomats from France, Germany, and Britain are preparing to hold talks with Iranian officials Friday in Geneva as the U.S. weighs strikes on Iran's nuclear program.
O'Brien? Yes. Gallego? Yes. Passes 8-1.
Phoenix City Council passed a $7.8 billion budget today for next fiscal year with only one member opposing. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us now live from the News Center with more on the numbers.
City Council member Ana Hernandez said during the meeting she can't support the budget because it doesn't invest enough in marginalized communities. While Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego pointed out how much the city spends on human services.
It is worth noting the state is working on their own budget, and I would ask everyone to look at how much the city spends on issues such as fighting homelessness compared to the entire state of Arizona.
Over $100 million is earmarked in the city budget for homelessness, while the proposed state budget includes $18 million. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Arizona Department of Economic Security announced yesterday that it's going to be laying off about 5% of its workforce, impacting nearly 400 employees due to federal funding cuts for unemployment insurance. Director Michael Weishart called the cuts necessary amid a complex financial landscape, but stressed the agency's commitment to essential services like childcare and employment support. Workers have been notified that their last day is July 4th. Measles was officially eliminated in the U.S. in the year 2000, but this year's outbreak is on the verge of being the worst in more than 30 years. Infectious disease specialist Omar Gonzalez with Dignity Health says this is proof of why getting vaccinated remains crucial.
When people talked about attack rate of 90% means that from 10 people who has been exposed significantly to this virus, 9 will develop the infection in patients who are not vaccinated.
Measles begins like a common cold. It's often followed by a rash on the face that spreads to the body. If you think you may have the virus, isolate and call your doctor. The Federal Reserve decides to keep interest rates where they are during their meeting today. The Fed also said that even though they expect inflation to rise, there could be 2 interest rate cuts later this year. But ABC's Alexis Christoforous also says there are some lagging indicators that may change their projections.
We've gotten hard data that shows the tariffs have not really hit inflation just yet. Hiring is continuing to slow down at a gradual pace. And now, of course, we have the unrest in the Middle East, which could cause oil prices to spike. We know oil can be inflationary, and so the Fed looking for more certainty on economic policies coming out of the White House.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today fell by 44 points. The S&P almost 2 points down, while the NASDAQ rose 25. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check the road home now with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. We've got an accident in Chandler, this one involving a motorcycle that's going to be at Gilbert and German Roads. In Phoenix, a crash at 16th Street and I-10 eastbound, and another crash on the city streets of Phoenix at 43rd Avenue and Thomas. Traffic brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona's largest roofer. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Well, it looks like we are just about at the hottest day so far this year. Tomorrow, we're expecting 116 degrees and 112 on Friday. An extreme heat warning in effect through Friday night at 8 o'clock. By Saturday, we're going to drop off below 110. We should be around 108. Right now, though, in Goodyear, it's 111 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Final hour number 3.
Woo! A lot of people call hour number 3 the best of the hours.
Well, let's see, because we're going to put you to the test.
Oh, is this Team 6 o'clock's term?
We're outspoken against hunger.
All right.
We don't like children going to bed hungry. No one does. So we've decided to do something about it. We're outspoken against hunger. We've partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank, and you have a really cool opportunity to feed some people. This hour, your donation is going to be doubled.
Yeah.
By our friends at Axon. Your donation will be doubled. So here's what we're looking for, Bruce.
Up to 50,000, because if you're thinking of donating 50 grand.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to stop you, but that's the max you can get doubled. All right?
Yes.
So 51 grand, I'm just going to I'm only going to double the 50, okay?
So we need 10 of you to text the word food to 620 620.
All right.
Can you give $50? If we can get 10 of you to give $50, if you do the math, that's going to be $500 this hour. That will deliver 5,000 meals to St. Mary's.
Yeah.
$50 a piece. We need 10 people to text the word food to 620 620. If we can do that, we can get 10 of you. And if you want to give more, great. You want to give less, that's okay too. We're going to take everything. 5,000 meals this hour we can deliver to St. Mary's. Text the word food to 620 620. Let's feed some kids and some elderly people who really need it. And let's do it this hour.
I don't know if this will surprise people or if they'll think that, well, this must have happened a long time ago.
Okay.
But we reached a pretty interesting milestone here in the United States last week.
Okay.
For the first time in recorded history, streaming television content, movies, TV shows, sports, eclipsed combined over-the-air broadcast and cable viewing for the first time. More people stream content, I hate that term, content, than watch it on cable or with the bunny ears.
I want to know what I'm watching. I think
what do you mean?
I want to know I want to know ahead of time what I'm going to watch. I don't want to just put the TV on and flip around and see if I catch a movie or if I catch a show that I like on cable. That's not what we like to do anymore.
We're way past that, right? Remember must-see TV on Thursday night? You had to wait till 7 o'clock till Seinfeld came on?
Yeah.
Nobody does that anymore.
No. If I want to watch something specific, well, I do want to watch something specific. And so what I usually do is I go and, maybe I'll talk to friends or I'll Google what's the best show on Prime Video.
Yeah.
What's the best show over here? And then I'm going to go and I'm going to search it out.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be where we just put the TV on and see
what's on next. Yeah. It's the ABC Monday Night Movie. Oh, look, they got a movie. Oh, all right.
I mean, when's the last time you watched,
Never.
USA or TNT or any of that
Never.
stuff?
I just don't watch them.
I just don't put it on very much now.
Yeah. I don't watch and I'm apparently like a lot of other folks, the only live television I watch is sports.
I agree.
There's literally nothing else I watch live. Everything else, I'll catch the YouTube version of it, or I'll watch clips of it, or I'll watch it when I want. Yeah, I don't do appointment watching.
If you want to waste your time, and we all do, it used to be we just flip around the channels.
Yeah.
We still do that.
No, we don't.
Well, I flip around
the streaming
services.
Yes.
Netflix is they changed the layout also recently. I'm all bugaboo with it. I'm going through, I'm trying to find things. Yeah.
Do I like that? Do I like that? Do I like that?
I think if you want to, the old way to do that is just to turn the TV on and flip around
Sure.
cable. I think what we do now is we just go to whatever social media platform we have, and we look at Reels or we look at TikToks.
Yeah, watch
that's
clips.
what we do.
Yeah, I watch YouTube. I watch YouTube videos. I realized the other day, I didn't do the math. This is a rough estimate. I went through my, it's called My List on Netflix of shows I want to watch.
Where you save them so you don't
right,
forget.
So I don't forget. Yeah. If I started watching today, I'd finish when I'm 127.
Oh, my goodness.
So I've got some catching up to do. Here's something else. Because you want to talk about things coming full circle. Okay? I want you to imagine, I'm going to describe something for you. It's a building. And you can go to this building and you can watch movies and you can watch TV shows on a really big screen. Not like the little one you have at your house. If I told you and described that, what would you call that?
Never heard of anything so ridiculous.
Would that be a movie theater?
No, that's so 2024.
Oh.
It's called a Netflix house. And Netflix has opened 3 of these now nationwide. That's right. Netflix house are opening where you can go and watch Netflix shows on the big screen. I kid you not. It involves a restaurant in it too. Plus, each of the venues will feature their own experience around some Netflix show, for example.
Hang on. That's why it's not a movie theater.
That makes it different?
This is totally different.
So Dallas has a Netflix house. It's not a movie theater. Let's get that straight. That involves like a Stranger Things theme to it and has a Squid Game like survival room.
So, like Stranger Things is one of the best Netflix
and one of their biggest ones, right?
So, if you go to a Netflix house, you will.
I don't like that name.
If you go to a Netflix house, you will escape the dark. Now, I'm just going to say this. I don't know what that is, but it scares the crap out of me, and I want to crap on the floor. I want to go and do this.
I would think they would have said you've entered the upside down.
Right.
You would think.
Yeah, but I think that.
So it's going to be like an amusement park or like a little bit of a virtual amusement park, but it's got big screens in it where you can watch Netflix shows.
I think it's interesting.
We told everybody to stop going to the movie theaters, go home, watch it on your big screen TV. Everything's there. You don't need to go anywhere. And now we're going to go somewhere and watch the things that are streaming in our house.
We say that also for like the NFL.
Yeah.
Like if you want to go to the Cardinals game, great. I love going to the Cardinals games.
Yeah.
But, a lot of people will say, I get a better experience if I'm in front of my TV.
I'm closer to the bathroom.
I'm closer to the bathroom. And like, Bruce, you have a new TV, and I hear it's
my God.
Right?
It's a monstrosity.
So instead of going to the game, you're at home. Instead of going to the movie theater, you're at home because you're watching this TV.
But is Netflix telling us that people want to get out of the house? Is that what they're learning? Because they're not stupid people.
Probably so. And honestly, depending on the movie or the show, the bigger screen makes all the difference.
Yeah, might be worth seeing some things on the bigger screen.
Absolutely.
See, I still like going to the movie theaters.
I do too.
I think people still like going. I went the other day. There were young people. There were older people. It was packed.
It's a different experience. It's just
great.
I don't think that's ever going to go out the window. But if
Netflix house,
I
not
like
a movie theater.
Right.
But I
It's
do
a
not
Netflix
like that
house.
name.
It's
They
a
could have done
Netflix
better.
house. We got to get a Netflix house here in Phoenix is what we need. But
I'd go.
But I got to it is so interesting how quickly like the world is changing on how we consume TV, how we consume videos. And I'm always looking like, where's it going to go next? Like what is the next level of this?
I don't know. But
Because I think it's pretty darn cool right now. Now, here's the big problem. It's expensive.
Right.
It's expensive.
I think Netflix wants to do like the version of movies in a panic room.
And tie it into one of their shows or
something.
Squid Game or, red light, green light you play in the middle of the place or something.
Right. And, maybe the more interactive. Because I think if you go to the movies and you're watching a regular movie, you don't want interaction.
The last thing you want is interaction.
You don't want somebody in their cell phone. You want everybody to be quiet.
Don't talk to the screen.
But I think that, there are already movie theaters that you have. There's it's not here, but there's a texting section. You can text while you're there. I think that's probably the next way they're going to go.
The texting zone.
This texting, yeah. The smoking area is now
remember
the
that?
texting zone.
Yeah, we'll have a texting zone. All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And coming up next, what do you do If you're a mother of 6 and you can't afford to feed your kids 3 meals a day, well, we're going to tell you how you can help this mom as we're outspoken against hunger the entire month of June. It's coming up next, right here on KTAR.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. Let me tell you what they've got over there, what they've got cooking, okay? Guys, you can get real testosterone prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. So men, more than ever, stress and poor diet and lifestyle, men are suffering from low T. So if you feel tired, you feel sluggish, you lose your mental focus at times, maybe you're having a little trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. Totally fixable, by the way. The solution is prescription strength testosterone. And that's what you get at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to the trusted leader in health solutions for men and women. And at Red Mountain Weight Loss, their experienced medical team, they've helped people optimize their hormones for over 30 years now, and they can help you too. Real simple. You book your free video consultation when you mention Gatos, all right? And you meet one of their licensed doctors. Low T, how about starting for free this month only at Red Mountain? Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:15, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Military experts doubt the Iranian missile supply has been depleted on this 6th day of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran. U.S. diplomatic staff evacuated in Israel. Retired General Robert Abrams, who's an ABC News contributor, says that does signal broader American involvement.
I'm glad they're getting them out. It's the right thing to do because we don't, this is all very unpredictable.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on the traffic now. Here's Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash at 16th Street, 910 eastbound. That's going to be on the right shoulder, so move to the left. In Glendale, we've got a crash at 99th Avenue in Glendale, and Avondale, a crash at Dysart Road in Indian School. Traffic is brought to you by Carolina's Mexican Food. Try their burrito box today. 10 burritos for $49.95. For additional deals, visit carolinasmexicanfood.com/KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. All right. We know there's a need out there. We've seen it with our own eyes. We know that over the summer months, many kids here in the Valley, honestly, tens of thousands, are no longer getting that breakfast or lunch that they were getting at school. And unfortunately, for a lot of them, it means they're just flat doing without. And we're trying to do something about it. We call it Outspoken Against Hunger. We've teamed up with St. Mary's Food Bank, well, to put as big a dent in this as we can. No kid should be going to bed hungry.
No. So what we've asked, and we kind of do this on an hourly basis, what we've asked you're listening here in the 6 o'clock hour, we've asked for 10 of you to text the word food to 620, 620. Can you give $50? Maybe you can give more. Great. You got a $20 bill hanging around? That's good too.
Thank you.
But we're asking 10 of you, if you can each give $50, that will bring us $500 this hour. And you ask, well, what does $500 do for St. Mary's Food Bank? $500 equals 5,000 meals. Because your donation plus the match that Axon has so generously given us, $500 turns into 5,000 meals. It feeds a lot of people.
Yeah.
And so are there 10 of you that can give $50? We can hit that mark. I always like to say this, too. Some of you are, you're blessed. Maybe you got $1,000. If someone has 1,000, you want to give that? That's 10,000 meals immediately because we're matching everything today.
Yeah.
Well, Axon is matching everything today.
Thank you for that.
So if you have a $1,000 bill, that's 10,000 meals right away.
Do they have a $1,000 bill?
I think so. I think there are many people that have a $1,000 bill. Plus, there's what is it? The $987? Is that what it is?
So that's the Arizona tax credit.
Yeah.
For a couple, it's $987. Mm-hmm. If you were to donate that amount, by the way, and please feel free to, you get a dollar for dollar tax credit, $9.87 for filing jointly, and $4.50 something if you're single. So why do you try to make me remember numbers?
$4.95.
$4.95. I apologize.
Yeah.
I was like, why couldn't they just round it up to 500 and 1,000? I don't know, but it is what it is, and that's where we're at. But again, we talk about free money. I mean, that's a lot of you might have just gone through tax season. That's just money that comes right back to you.
Yeah, we've talked to a lot of different people at St. Mary's, and I think the one thing that's gotten me over the last couple weeks that just hurts my heart is that, you know, when there are lines, you stay in your car and you're in a line, and the lines are long.
They are.
Someone at St. Mary's will bring a box of food out. It's got protein and vegetables and all that kind of stuff. What they're noticing is that, you know, they see people who clearly are sleeping in their car.
Yeah, that's their home.
They don't have a house. They don't have a couch to sleep on. They're living in their car. And if you're living in your car, you're not going to be able to afford a place to live. You're not going to be able to afford a place to eat either.
Yeah.
And so,
and you got kids.
And some of these kids are in the back seat.
Yeah.
And, you know, mom's making a game out of it. Hey, we're going to stay in the car for the next week or two. This is going to be fun. But you have to. And
I get it. I get it.
Right. And
it's heartbreaking to even hear you say it out loud.
I know. So for the next, really, I guess we got 7 shows left.
Okay.
2 this week, 5 next week, and we're done.
So we need some help.
We do need some help. And, you know, all the money stays right here in Arizona. Every dollar provides 5 meals for Arizona kids. $1. $1. You'll feed 5 kids. So we're asking 10 of you, text the word food to 620, and let's see if we can maybe put 5,000 meals in play over at St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yeah.
You know?
Please.
What's hit you this summer as we do this?
You know, we've heard a lot of the stories out there, and something that I knew, but I kind of need to be reminded of is we think about St. Mary's Food Bank as a physical place right over here, just off the 17. And that's where the big line is, and they've got these warehouses, and they have big refrigeration units where they're keeping the food and stuff. But St. Mary's Food Bank helps food banks, charities that deliver meals, make meals for people all over the city. You know, I work with an organization called the Joy Bus.
Yeah, it's great.
And the Joy Bus delivers meals to homebound cancer patients. Guess who offered to help? St. Mary's Food Bank. Said, how can we help you, provide you with food so that you can go out and help these people as well? St. Mary's is a clearinghouse for people doing good all over this community for a variety of different constituents, I guess you would say, patients, clients, people in need. And I just needed to be kind of reminded of the fact that no matter where you are in the Valley, St. Mary's Food Bank is helping somebody in that community.
And they got DoorDash involved.
Literally.
Yeah. Jerry Brown told us that from St. Mary's just the other day. Listen.
We have some really cool things that just in the last 2 or 3 years we've been able to evolve. So we used to rely a lot on volunteers to deliver to folks who can't come to the food bank, who physically are unable to come to the food bank. Lots of shut-ins, lots of folks that just don't have a car, they don't have the transportation, or they have a disability, or they're elderly and can't make it to the food bank. We now work with DoorDash. And so DoorDash drivers, they're driving in the neighborhood. They come, they pick up 8 or 9 food boxes from us, 8 or 9, baskets of vegetables and fruit. And when they're dropping off their Arby's to somebody on that block, there's also somebody else on that block who needs a food box, and they make the extra drive down the block and deliver that to the folks.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
We just got a donation in from someone named Sydney.
Hi, Sydney.
$10.
Thank you.
It's all I can afford. I want to give to the children.
You know what?
It's awesome.
It's 100 meals. Right?
Yeah, it's awesome. You're right. It is 100 meals. $10 just got 100 meals.
They stretch the dollars there, all right?
And Axon is stretching it even more because they're going to match everything.
They're matching that.
All right. So let's see. Out of 10, Bruce, we've got 4. We've got 4 people who have texted the word food to 620.
Okay, I see the text coming in as we speak.
We need 6 more of you.
Okay.
And then we'll get 10 people to give, and we're looking at 5,000 meals this hour.
Can I throw something in?
Heck yeah, it's half your show.
When you make the donation, you can add a message.
Yeah, I love that.
And if you have a business and you want to donate on behalf of your business, we'll give you a shout out.
Oh, I'd love to.
We'll big up you.
Absolutely.
All right.
But I do think that, we look through some of these donations, and I'm seeing a $250, I'm seeing $50, and 10.
10. That's what I can do.
It's what I can afford. God bless the children. $10 turned into 100 meals.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool day.
It is a good day. It is a good day. And thank you. Again, text word food to the number 620-620. Just text the word food. Very simple. All right. Check of the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn on top of it. Concern yourselves not. And coming up next, has the WNBA surpassed every sport?
Caitlin Clark.
Except football. Is it the number 2 sport in America now? We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
All right. You want to make your home look instantly more beautiful? Start with the one thing that transforms everything. Brand new windows from Advanced Window Products. Brand new windows from Advanced Window Products. Check them out at advancedwindows.com. New windows just don't save energy, all right? There's more to it. They flood your home with natural light. They create the clean lines that give your home that fresh, modern look from the inside out. And right now, my brand new friends, yes, Advanced Window Products, on the phone with them just yesterday. Gato Summer Special. All you have to do is this. Call them. Tell them Gato sent you. Ask about the summer special. Buy 10 windows or more. Get $2,500 off. Beat the rush. Call today. It's for a very limited time. The Gato Summer Special. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. 480-764-2002. New windows change everything. Your home's going to feel bigger. It's going to feel brighter. 480-764-2002. AdvancedWindows.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke, like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So, where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the products, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. Israel's Iron Dome intercepted another round of missiles over Tel Aviv fired by Iran this morning. It's now been a week of the two countries exchanging airstrikes and missiles. Iran launched a small barrage of missiles at Israel with no reports of casualties. Sources tell ABC's Martha Raddatz that President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of the U.S. striking Iran's key nuclear facility buried 300 feet deep under a mountain.
If that final order is given from President Trump, this would not be a single strike on the Fordo facility. It would be a series of strikes with 30,000-pound penetrator bombs from B-2 stealth bombers.
Today, the Phoenix City Council considering a citizen petition that aims to protect locals from immigration enforcement and more.
That petition from local advocacy group Poder in Action and calls on the Phoenix Police Department to not enforce criminal penalties for nonviolent offenses, reduce its number of traffic stops, and more. It also states the city should not use its general funds for immigration enforcement. Here's 20-year Army veteran Chris Hill outside City Hall today talking about why he supports that petition.
People have rights, and those constitutional rights that we fought and served for are being usurped as people have disappeared off the streets.
An agenda for this meeting today shows city staff recommends the council deny the citizen petition, referring to it as, quote, improper. Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizonans lost $392 million to scams just last year, according to the FBI, and no one is immune to falling for a scam. Retired IRS agent, Special Agent Brian Watson works for the nonprofit Rose that helps educate the elderly on how to avoid falling victim. And he tells Arizona's Morning News that many of the fraudsters use a common tactic.
Anything with a sense of urgency, anything that comes purportedly from the government, anything that has to be acted on right now.
Watson suggests slowing down, getting a second opinion from someone you trust before acting on anything that might be suspicious. And he adds, if you ever find yourself going to a crypto ATM, you are being scammed. Sports tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks continue a series in Canada with the Toronto Blue Jays 8-1 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 7th right now. The 3-game set wraps up tomorrow afternoon. And the Phoenix Mercury in Connecticut battling the Sun today. Mercury win it 83-75. They'll be in New York to take on the Liberty tomorrow. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Time now to check the roads. Heather Larson's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Becky Lynn. That accident at 16th Street and I-10 eastbound is in the final clearing stages. And other than that, the Valley freeways are looking pretty clear right now. Hitting the city streets, looking at Phoenix, there's a crash with a bicycle at Central Avenue and Hatcher. And Glendale, a crash at 99th Avenue in Glendale. And in Avondale, a crash at Dysart Road and Indian School. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Extreme heat warning in effect through Friday night. Overnight tonight, we'll see a low of 84. Tomorrow, hottest day of the year, 116, 112 for the high Friday. It's 110 right now in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. If you were a millionaire, would you rent? Well, you won't believe how many millionaires actually choose not to buy in the Valley. That's coming up tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Hi. Gatos.
I've got numbers.
How is Team 6 o'clock doing?
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
We asked, we're Outspoken Against Hunger. We're partnering with St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yes.
And we asked 10 people to text the word food to 620-620, throw in a 50. If we had 10 people throw $50 in,
okay,
we make $500.
Got it.
With the match from Axon, $500 will equal 5,000 meals. We have blown past that.
Really?
We've left that the dust, man. I mean, it has been this big.
I don't even know what the number is, so you haven't told me.
It's big. Let me read you a couple people.
Like this. It's big.
Let me read you a couple people. Amy, $50, trying to be part of the good we need in this world.
Here, Amy.
Rebecca, $50. This donation is provided by our company, Safe Haven. Love it.
Thank you.
You get the pizza guy?
Do you want me to read that?
Yeah, can you do that?
I got this. It said they texted food.
Yes.
And then they said, I listen to you guys daily as I deliver pizzas for Domino's. I just dropped $25 in to feed the kids. And I wrote back on the text, thank you. And our buddy here said, you're welcome. I'm lucky to have you guys. By the way, yes, you are.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
And our Domino's pizza delivery guy.
I love it. He gets the line.
Lucky. I appreciate it.
Joanne, $495.
Wow.
Joanne, $495. Remember, that's the tax
Arizona
return.
tax credit.
So Joanne, basically herself, right there. That's 5,000 meals. So since we're doing well,
yeah,
I need 10 more people.
Oh my Lanta!
I need 10 more people to throw in $50.
Okay.
Let's do another 5,000 meals. Can we do that in 20 minutes? 10 more people.
All right, there's a chance.
$50 each.
Mm-hmm.
Text the word food to 620-620.
And again, leave a message when you make your donation. You can leave a message on there. If you have a business, we give you a shout out like we did to our friends at Safe Haven.
But you know what I'm seeing here on the messages?
What are you seeing?
That the world is burning right now, and people want to do something good.
Make them feel good. Feed kids.
I think it's great.
Feed kids.
Text the word food to 620-620. 10 more.
Okay.
All right.
We got 20, I don't know, some time.
23 minutes.
I'll take your word for it. So the WNBA is starting to get traction that even I don't think they were ever going to get. Listen, I knew and understood that Caitlin Clark was a bit of a phenomenon when she came into the league, when she left college, and last year was her rookie year, sophomore year now.
What she did in college was
in
incredible.
The WNBA. I knew she was a phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if many people realize the level, because the WNBA is getting press coverage, social media attention, ticket sales, merchandise that rivals some of the other big sports, Gatos.
WNBA has never made a dime.
No, it's been subsidized by its parent NBA team.
Now, listen, I don't know what they're making now, but they have to be making money.
It's more than a dime. It's got to be.
Yeah. I will tell you first. I didn't watch the women's Final Four in the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Until Caitlin Clark, and everybody said
the Caitlin Clark showed up.
You should really watch her, and I did. Well, WNBA, how many games have I ever seen? None until Caitlin Clark. And I'll say this, and I say this absolutely, it's genuine.
Yeah.
I'd rather watch her play than watch a baseball game.
Wow.
Than watch the NBA Finals. I don't even know who's in there. I don't care.
So here's something I've noticed. Tell me if you agree, because again, you are the world's biggest Caitlin Clark fan.
But think about what I just said.
No, it's amazing.
That sounds ridiculous.
It's not just, it's how she plays, I think. She's full of and vinegar.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, she's a hard-nosed Larry Bird type character, right?
I think it's how she plays and how she's treated.
Oh.
Because I'll tell you this, and I watch her.
Okay.
And I like it.
Yeah.
She is bullied. She is pushed around.
Yeah, there is that.
She is tripped. She is poked in the eye like last night. She got tossed to the ground.
That's not an exaggeration.
It is unbelievable. She's a punching bag. And so I keep watching, not only to see her drill a three from half court, but I also I'm tuning in because the WNBA players hate her.
Is it
hate her.
Jealousy?
Yes.
Is it? Oh, you think?
I think it's jealousy. I think some of it's racism.
Well, okay. So I don't know about that. Here's what I think. To a certain extent, she's getting treated like some of the great NBA players, where you foul them, you try to get them off their game. You knock them to the ground. The Detroit Pistons, remember? You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure you push down. Jordan used to get beat up. Hack a shack. Don't let him go to the hoop. Make them shoot free throws, you know?
See, I think it's different.
You think it's more than that?
I do. I think they're trying to hurt her.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think they're trying to hurt her.
Is the
It's dirty.
And it does seem like it's kind of dirty.
Bruce, it's dirty.
What I saw last night.
Let me give you an example. When you talk about the hack-a-shack, Shaquille O'Neal couldn't hit a free throw.
Yeah.
So you get it into Shaq, you foul him.
Foul him.
Okay, they weren't fouling him dirty. They were just grabbing him.
They were just fouling.
What if you line up the amount of times she's pushed, hit, elbowed, tossed around, it is sickening. And she's the greatest thing to ever happen to the WNBA, and and the players and even the refs, they treat her like crap. And she got hurt and she was out for a few games.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, the ratings plummeted. Ouch. No one watched. Nobody.
I mean, that can be good and bad. I'm just saying. I'll use this example. Golf with Tiger Woods and golf without Tiger Woods.
Different.
Do you remember when people used to go, so, you like golf? Like Tiger Woods? Do you know anybody else who plays golf? I like Tiger Woods.
Right. And I'll say this. She's right up there right now with Tiger Woods. I think she's right up there with Michael Jordan. I know it sounds crazy, but she's approaching that. Muhammad Ali, she's approaching this.
Muhammad Ali.
She's approaching it.
Wow. Okay.
That's how good she is.
I'm not arguing.
And that's how much attention she's getting. I'll give you one more example, and then we'll get out of here.
Yeah.
Because I know we're up against it. Who's watching the NBA Finals?
Nobody.
Who's in it? I don't know. I think Indiana. But you know who's
the
dominating?
Team formerly known as the Seattle Supersonics.
You know who's dominating the NBA Finals? Caitlin Clark in all her commercials.
She's like in every ad.
She's sellable, watchable. One of the greatest things sports has seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm on it.
She has like Jordan's killer instinct. She's got Larry Bird's nasty streak in her, you know? Larry Bird was nasty.
She drained three-pointers from so far away consecutively, and it's like in a blink of an eye.
Right.
You have to watch greatness.
And
what we're watching right now is greatness.
No, there's zero argument with that. Hey, tell you what, coming up next, why, and I mean exactly why, are Arizona taxpayers paying for your kids' dance, piano, and private swim lessons? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Summer is here, so keep your home cool with beautiful new energy-efficient windows and doors from my friends at Window World. You see, Window World provides Solar Zone Sun Shield glass with a 0.14 SHGC rating. That's just window nerd talk for windows that keep the heat outside where it belongs. So call Window World today for a new high-quality window with no tricky sales tactics like buy one, get one, or must buy now. At Window World, you receive an all-in-one price that includes tax, professional installation, up front. Plus, every energy-efficient replacement window and door is custom-made for your home. So see for yourself why over half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Schedule a free in-home estimate today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Nearly a week of aerial attacks between Israel and Iran, and sources tell ABC's Martha Raddatz that President Trump is getting comfortable with the idea of the U.S. striking Iran's key nuclear facility buried 300 feet deep under a mountain.
The Israelis have discovered additional air defenses in Iran. They had thought they had taken them all out, but discovered that there are more, so that adds an element of danger. President Trump has also been briefed on security at U.S. bases in the region, those 40,000 American troops who would be vulnerable if Iran retaliates.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Let's head on home. See how the roads look with Heather Larson in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Hey, Becky Lynn, the last crash I had on the board finally just cleared. So streets are looking good. Valley freeways are looking good. We're going to leave it at that heading into the holiday tomorrow. Traffic brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tacoma, Tundra, and more. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome.
You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You work, you save, you buy a home, and sign up for 30 years of payments. 30 years. That's 360 payments and hundreds of thousands in interest, all while your equity is locked away. Your wealth trapped. Your dreams delayed. There is a better way. The Life Changer loan allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage. Gone in 5 to 10 years, your freedom unlocked, your dreams restored. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
What's the secret to a solid night's sleep as financial markets run wild? Thinking too much about inflation. Catch the Wealth Factor with Bobby Iacchino on KTAR, Saturdays at 2 p.m. When headlines spell chaos and your mind is spinning, let Bobby slow your brain down to a walk. Bobby's got 3 decades in markets, and he knows what to look at. Tune in and listen for yourself. The Wealth Factor, this Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
KTAR.com, right side of the page. Should the U.S. join Israel in the war against Iran? Yes or no? It's pretty interesting. If you didn't hear the War Room, go back and listen.
Solid. We had good conversation about it, right?
So I got to tell you, I mean, it seems like, our War Room wanted us in. That's what I took.
Yeah.
And
I was the no.
I don't want to be in.
No, I'm a no. So I'm going to go, I think the audience is a no also. I'm going to go no, 64%.
No, 78%.
78, yeah.
The problem is, or it's not the problem, the issue is you're close, so close now, and maybe closer than ever, to eliminating their nuclear weapons program.
For a couple years.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. I can't say. They'd have to start from scratch.
We've blown it up before.
Okay. And you're also closer to killing the head of the snake. Do you do it? And knowing and not knowing the ramifications.
Who's the next head of the snake? Is he going to be like Switzerland?
I don't know.
Or is he going to be like ISIS?
That's what happened in Iraq.
Yeah. Just saying.
All right, so go KTAR.com. Real quick.
Yes.
Outspoken Against Hunger.
Oh, yes.
So many donations coming in. You still have time.
Thank you.
Shar.
Oh.
I want to do anything I can to keep anyone from going hungry.
Thank you,
$50.
Thank you, Shar.
Richard, $50. It's for hungry kids. Mike and Diana. The Runaway Bride. Sounds like a business to me.
The Runaway Bride.
The Runaway Bride.
Yeah.
$100.
Thank you.
Let's see what else. Sonia, $50. Paying it forward. Many years ago, I relied on food boxes to feed my family. Robert, $20. Really wish I could do more. Really want to thank you, Robert. That's awesome.
You did great.
So just text the word food to 620-620 and make your donation. We're feeding hungry kids. We've got about 9 minutes left this hour. Let's see what you guys can do. Let's really push it over the top.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So we found out our friends over at Channel 12 have done some investigation into this ESA, you might call it a voucher program.
Scam.
And wanted to know, so where is this money going? We know that it's becoming a big issue when it comes to the state budget.
Right.
Doug Ducey, when he introduced it, said, it'll cost about 50 cents. It's a lot more than anyone ever predicted. Right. It's costing us. But where's the money going?
So Craig Harris, 12 News.
Private music lessons, gymnastics, horseback riding, all fun activities for kids. Most families have to pay for out of their own paychecks, but not if your child has an Arizona Empowerment Scholarship.
Jeez. The amount of money going to dance lessons.
12 News has exclusively obtained public records from the Arizona Department of Education, showing how nearly 20 million taxpayer dollars were spent on just 8 extracurricular activities for kids getting vouchers. That's nearly $7 million for private music lessons, including $1 million for piano lessons, $2.8 million on swimming lessons, and at least $1 million each on gymnastics, dance, fitness, horseback riding, and...
Oh, for Pete's sake, horseback riding.
I wonder if you could throw like a private baseball coach in there or something.
Goodness
don't. Shh.
I'm sorry.
Mother of all creatures big and small, you've got to be kidding me.
Is that what people expected when they supported because a lot of people did. Is that what you expected out of this program? That the money would be used for things like that?
Fraud? Well, and by the way, how do you check up to see what people are purchasing with the $6 or $7 grand?
Don't they have to submit? So I thought they had to submit something showing what they used it for. Because as I understood it, like those the horseback riding and the gymnastics and the swimming all fell under PE.
Oh gosh, that's a
piano
joke.
Would fall under fine arts.
Please.
So would dance.
So they need to tighten up the qualifications, or they need to tighten up what you can use it for?
Parents are going on trips. They're using the $6 grand. They're going on a vacation. I mean, that's what's happening.
To satisfy the a geography or a social studies.
Boy, did I miss out. I really screwed this up.
What
it's almost worth having a kid.
Such a scam.
I got to tell you, maybe I need to get me one of them.
No, you don't.
I don't.
No.
Man, it's probably going to cost me more in the long run.
It's a scam. It always has been a scam, and it always will be a scam. And it's putting public schools out of work.
And it's destroying the budget here in the state of Arizona.
Hey, but at least you get to choose.
We appreciate you guys spending time with us. Thank you very much. Thank you to our guests on the War Room today. You can always go back and watch that on the KTAR YouTube channel. And, well, we thank everybody it takes to put this thing together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass over there. We've got DJ just in time. We have our super producer, Jules. 2 thumbs up from her. The Pride of Tennessee, Becky Lynn, with all your news and information. And getting you home today with all the traffic, that's Heather Larson. Thank you, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Kados, you're lucky I put up with you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. It is hosting season. Summer backyard barbecues, poolside parties, and they've got all of the things you need for those events. Outdoor kitchens that will absolutely blow you away. Modern grills, rustic pizza ovens, pools, and remodeling that make it a splash all summer long, and indoor and outdoor living spaces. Designed for Arizona living in mind. Go to creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love these guys. creativeenvironments.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talking a lot recently about Why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft space